Be vegan, repentant, save your soul.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Humanity's Leap to the Golden Era, Washington, D.C. Climate Change Conference. We are in the magnificent Grand Hyatt Hotel in Washington, D.C., just a few blocks away from Capitol Hill. We will be your hosts for this exciting event.
We are delighted to have you with us today. In addition to our guests here in Washington, D.C., we are being joined by countless viewers from all around the world. This event is being broadcast live globally on Supreme Master Television through free-to-air satellites and dozens of cable channels on every continent. Supreme Master Television is also available online.
Greetings and welcome to our global viewers. We are so glad that you can join us here in Washington, where it's autumn, a time of abundance and magnificent fall colors.
Let's just take a moment to go over this afternoon's program. First, we will learn about the current climate change situation from renowned scientists, researchers, and world leaders. They will share the latest scientific facts, many of which are not widely discussed. They will also suggest solutions to global warming, which are both practical and easily implemented. Finally, we will take a look at what our world might look like after these solutions are implemented. Let's have a look at some of them in the following video.
I am very grateful to courageous leaders in the world for stepping out of their boundary and to speak out for the sake of everyone. Even if the public does not appreciate their goodwill, heaven will take note. And they will have a great reward hereafter. It is, of course, very difficult to be in the position of authority. To be a leader is to be endowed with bravery, compassion, and nobility. That's why you are a leader. It's not easy, of course, to be in the position of leader. That's why leaders are few. Yeah? You see, in a nation, there's only one king, one queen, some princess, some prince, one president, one prime minister. Very few leaders compared to the multitude of this world. But fewer even still are brave leaders, courageous leaders, righteous leaders, and wise leaders. To such a wise and courageous ones, we offer full support and respect. We pray that heaven give them more strength, more wisdom to carry out their noble duty. Because as I told you, leaders are few, and fewer still are those who are wise and courageous. Being a leader, we must know what is good for our subjects and what is not. And what is good, we have to encourage them to do, facilitate them to do. And what is bad, we have to stop to protect them. That is the true meaning of a leader.
May heaven continue to bless the United States and all nations of the world.
Here in prestigious and historical Washington, D.C., we have many distinguished guests who have graced us with their presence this afternoon. We would like to introduce some of them to you.
It is our utmost honor in this very rare and special occasion to welcome here in Washington, D.C., dignitaries and friends from around the world. Please join us in welcoming Ambassador de Brum from the Marshall Islands, Ambassador Cross from the Republic of Suriname, and Ambassador Williams from St. Kitts and Nevis. We would also like to welcome distinguished diplomats representing more than 25 additional countries throughout Europe, Asia, and the Middle East. We are truly grateful for your presence at this event. Although he could not be here today, we received a personal greeting from another distinguished person, the UN Secretary General, Mr. Ban Ki-moon. This respected leader from Korea is very concerned about climate change and has stressed that a unified world effort is the only way to resolve it. He sent the following message, quote, "To Master and all in attendance and viewers, with thanks for your kind understanding and our best wishes for a successful event," unquote.
We thank Mr. Ban Ki-moon and all other leaders of the United Nations who are working so diligently to halt global warming.
Now let's find out more about the current climate change situation by watching the following video.
Pictures are worth 1,000 words. Our first guest speaker will give us more insight into the current situation. Dr. Stephen Schneider is a professor of interdisciplinary environmental studies at Stanford University, a senior fellow at the Woods Institute for the Environment, and the founder and editor of the interdisciplinary journal Climate Change. He has also contributed to all 4 of the reports of the Nobel Prize-winning United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Please give a warm welcome to Dr. Stephen Schneider.
Thank all of you for coming. It's my task today to try in a short time to sketch out a large number of aspects of the climate change issue. And let me begin by saying, before we try to figure out how to fix it, we got to make sure something's broken. I'm asked all the time, whether talking to Congress or members of Parliament or ministers or media, and also just talking to plain folks, well, is the science of global warming settled? Very standard question. And I always like to try it out on my audiences and see where they are. so we know where we're going to be. I was in New Zealand a couple of weeks ago and asked them, and maybe 70% of people, when I said, not every detail, but the basic ideas, raised their hands. And I tried it in Oklahoma, and maybe only 7% raised their hands. And that same information. So people have different perceptions. So with this group, how many here think that the science of global warming is largely a settled and well understood affair? Okay, a fair number. Right. And the reason for that is whenever we're talking about a complex issue like climate change, or where you're talking about health care or delivery of services for sustainable development, there is no single answer. There's a large number of possibilities. And in climate system science, there are components that are well established, where we really do have settled science. I'll give you a few examples. There are components where we've narrowed it down to 2 or 3 possibilities, where we have competing explanations, and there are components that are speculative. And unfortunately, out there in the very confusing public debate, there are interests that deliberately grab a serious, well-established piece of information and state it as the only thing, end of the world, certainty, and then somebody else from, say, an enterprise institute who says, but carbon dioxide, that's a fertilizer of green plants, it's good for you. It's true, it is a fertilizer of green plants, and that also includes weeds, and it also acidifies the ocean, and they forget to tell you that. So you get a parade of end of the world and good for you extremes, which in my view are the 2 lowest probability outcomes. What real scientists do is they separate out into multi-possible outcomes, a wide range of possibilities, and then we assign confidence to these. So what we do is called risk analysis. What can happen? Multiplied times the probability. That's a scientist's job. Whether or not you want to take those risks with a planetary life support system, and whether you care more about protecting sustainability, you care more about protecting short-term return on investment in the coal industry, those are value judgments. Those are not science questions. And those are risk management. And very often out there in the public debate, they get completely confused. And as we all know, when you deal in the world of advocacy, what's the most, leads to those trial lawyer jokes, right? It's not my job to make my opponent's case. And very often that's exactly what so much of the public hears. It hears this, I'm sorry to say, fraudulent debate between end of the world and good for you, instead of framing it the way the scientific community does, which is multiple outcomes, many of which have serious side effects that people need to consider. So with that frame, let me move quickly through the program and try to show you some examples of well-established science. So in the first slide, it points out that the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, which is a group of hundreds of scientists from around the world, which writes reports, and these reports get reviewed by literally thousands of reviewers, and every one of those comments has to be justified. I've been a lead author in this 4 times. That we get very frustrated when we see the media grab this report and then weigh it against the opinion of 2 petroleum geologists who were funded to find oil, funded by you-know-which oil company, and they get equal status at the bargaining table because they all have PhDs, and they're not remotely equally credible, not even by a factor of 100. And yet, how are people out there going to know that unless they do the due diligence of looking it up? And that's part of the reason why I've been very unhappy at watching sinking in the polls of people's belief in climate change, because there's another kind of argument, which I'll come to in a minute, about the recent changes. So what has the IPCC concluded? Well, they said that the Earth's warmed up 0.75 C, 1.4 Fahrenheit, since 1850. This is not speculative. This is established beyond doubt. And that's consistent not just with the thermometers of the world, but the rising sea levels as the oceans warm, the melting glaciers, and the fact that plants are blooming earlier a couple of weeks in the spring, those that are changing, and that birds come back on migration. There's a large round of evidence. The rate of increase, according to our theory, should increase with time. That has also happened. And that doesn't prove it, but that's strong circumstantial evidence, and humans are part of the story. And IPCC concluded, based on that and other things that we call fingerprints, that human activity is responsible for most of the warming since the 1970s. This is evidence. Somebody said to me at a talk the other day, I don't believe in global warming. So I simply said, well, do you believe in evidence? Yes. I said, do you believe in the preponderance of evidence? I mean, half of American prudence is based upon civil trials where the standard of evidence is preponderance, meaning more than even. The vast preponderance is determined by those people who actually do the research, is that it's warming, and that humans are responsible for most of the last 50 years when we use the atmosphere as a free sewer to dump our tailpipe and smokestack wastes, or the emissions that come from land clearing. That is very well established. What else do we know? Well, it's not just the science part itself, it's also what it means. That 0.75 degrees C was predicted literally 30 years ago, and I have a new book out called Science as a Contact Sport just this week, and I tell the story about how 30 years ago this issue was discussed in many hearings. I first testified to then Congressman Albert Gore Jr.'s hearing in 1981 during the Reagan administration on these issues. Nobody can say we didn't know. We knew very well 35 years ago in almost the same terms of the debate now. And what the book is about is why we failed to accomplish the mission. In any case, one of the predictions was there would be longer and warmer summers. That's a prescription for increased forest fires. There's been about a factor of 4 to 5 increase in forest fires in the U.S. West. Now, can we say that's all due to global warming? No, because people have moved where they don't belong, and that creates more fires, and we fought fires allowing the fuel to build up. So like all complicated systems analysis, there are multiple explanations, but global warming is one of the main ones. So again, you have to look at these and try to figure out how to solve them by multiple solutions. Greenland and the Arctic are melting, as we saw in the video, faster than predicted. We're performing an experiment on a laboratory, and that laboratory is Earth, and we and all the other living things are along for the ride, and that's where value judgments and political action takes place. So there's been also an observed increase in the strongest hurricanes and in drought and flood incidents. So what else do we know? So warming is of global mean past 1 or 2 degrees. This is something that becomes in the range that we can expect at a minimum. We have built into the pipeline at least 1 and probably 2 more degrees warming because of the inertia of the system. As a result of that, we are going to have to learn to adapt to that we cannot prevent. And most of the work that's been done in the scientific community suggests that beyond 1 or 2 degrees, it gets very difficult to adapt. In fact, if you're a coral reef, it's already getting difficult to adapt. So it depends what the system is and where. Some systems can go beyond 2, some can't even get to 2. And the more and more we keep adding, the more the number of thresholds that we're going to cross where adaptation is no longer possible. So a major component in the Copenhagen meeting will be trying to get strategies to help us adapt. But remember, while we have to adapt to what we can't prevent, we have to prevent what we can't adapt to. So adaptation is actually the other side of the coin, and it tells you need to mitigate. And you need to mitigate down to 1 or 2 degrees, which means a dramatic change from the current way of producing our energy systems. That can't happen in a decade, but it certainly can happen in a few decades, and this decade cannot be wasted like the last 30 years arguing about it. We've got to move forward. Well, here's the picture of the unequivocal. That's the warming of the last century and a half. And what's interesting about that is if you look at the very right end, you'll notice that since 1998, there hasn't been much warming. It's absolutely amazing, the disinformation associated with that. All over the blogs, the webs, and unfortunately the media gives it credibility. People have said, well, it hasn't warmed since 1998, yet we've been increasing greenhouse gases, therefore we falsified global warming. This complete nonsense, because if you look from 1992 to 2002, it warmed up so fast. What we're looking at is a natural variability superimposed on a multi-decadal trend. The multi-decadal trend is due to human activities predominantly. The short-term fluctuations due to nature. The biggest problem is the tipping points. How many degrees warming before the meltwater in Greenland that goes down will lead to the point that it actually moves toward an irreversible, can't stop it melt with something like 4 to 5 meters of sea level rise? Unfortunately, nobody knows where that tipping point is, only that it exists. My own personal view, 25% chance if we warm it another degree, 60% chance 2 degrees, 90% chance 3 degrees. Sounds like I'm an optimist, right? We have a whole bunch of degrees to go. I wouldn't rule that at 1 to 5%, it's already too late. So Are we crazy? We're talking about the planetary life support system, and there are people who want to be 95% certain before acting on the grounds that it isn't proved. Well, even if there were a 5% chance that walking into a room with somebody coughing where you wanted to get your dinner, you were going to get the swine flu, you'd skip dinner. We hedge all the time on low probability outcomes when they're highly consequential, and it's a false frame to say that it isn't proved because every single detail is not in. What can we do? Well, our lifestyle matters. We have to be energy efficient at home. We have to make certain we're good consumers of products, that we read the labels, that we buy the Energy Star, that we try to get the hybrid and the plug-in cars. We use less imported foodstuffs, and for me personally, I've also reduced my meat consumption. I lost weight and feel much better. Making significant difference matters. So the advocacy of this organization on eating fruits and vegetables, that's aligned with the advocacy of helping local jobs and reducing our carbon footprint. So if you can solve more than one problem at once, well, those that get high priority. And we have to do 2 acts of good governance if you want to deal with something like climate or food. You have to, A, reduce our footprint on the planetary commons, but B, you have to help the people doing it into a new line of work and into something more sustainable. That calls for 2 acts of good governance, not just protecting the commons, but being fair. So we've got to do both. We can, but we have to work at it, and we have to find cooperative solutions, or there'll be no hope. What we should be talking about, the numbers, is how many tens of billions of dollars are each of the principal players going to pay to help us invent our way out of the problem and help the developing countries leapfrog over the polluting Victorian Industrial Revolution. We need deployment of clean technology. We need sensible rules for energy efficiency. We need a polluter pays market-based thing. Every single one of those, efficiency, invention, and market-based and adaptation, is a necessary condition. None by itself is sufficient. So let's conclude then. Adaptation planning, performance standards for buildings, public-private partnerships, price on carbon, and remember, just as I said, when you have to deal with the agricultural workers, you also have to deal with the coal miners. We cannot just say, no, you can't do this, goodbye, too bad. We have to work to help them transition to sustainable work. The bottom line, this is not just about us. This is our legacy to our children, grandchildren, and all the other living things on this earth. Remember, the plants and animals and our children had very little to do with creating this problem. We created it. We have to teach them to solve the problem well. They have to join with us to do it, and we have to ask them, what do they want? A legacy of wealth and infrastructure, or a legacy of biotic impoverishment, reduced diversity in culture and nature just to be richer? I'll bet, from what the students I've met, they're much less interested in being mega wealthy than they are in having a planet that works. Thank you very much.
Our deep appreciation, Dr. Schneider, for sharing with us the urgency of the climate change crisis and the steps we need to take to avoid the final tipping point.
Mr. Jens Holm of Sweden, former member of the European Parliament, is another climate change expert. He has sent us his greeting and a message via video. Let's hear from him now.
My name is Jens Holm. I was a member of the European Parliament between 2006 and 2009. I'd like to greet all the participants of this very important climate conference. Here in Sweden and in Europe, we are getting prepared for the big climate summit in Copenhagen, Denmark. So it's very handy that you organize a conference about climate change, so you in the US also can get prepared for action for the climate. Because we all know that the situation is very, very crucial. It's not only a matter of putting pressure on the politicians. It's also a matter on what you and I can do. And I think there is a lot we can do. We all know about driving less car, stop flying with airplanes, taking the train instead, and so on. But I think also we can change the climate by stop eating meat. the meat production is actually responsible for more than all the emissions together from the world's entire transport sector. That means that meat production emits more gases than the cars, than the trucks, than the airplanes and the boats together. So by stopping eating meat, you can save the planet and you can save the climate. So please, become a part of the solution. Stop eating meat. My vision is that by 2012, all countries in the world have adopted ambitious targets for cutting the emissions of climate gases. And that all of us were not any longer a part of the problem, we're part of the solution.
Thank you, Mr. Densholm. The effects of climate change are certainly being felt in the United States. In 2005, Hurricane Katrina smashed through New Orleans, leaving over 80% of the city flooded. Last year, Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger proclaimed a statewide drought in California, and temperatures are still on the rise. According to the U.S. National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, or NOAA, the combined global land and ocean surface temperature in September was the second warmest on record.
Climate change is having devastating effects on other nations. Our next address is from Mrs. Maneka Gandhi, the former Minister of Environment and Forest for India. She has been a member of the Indian Parliament continuously since 1989. Mrs. Gandhi has received many awards for her environmental work, including the prestigious ASG Jayakar Award for creating awareness about climate change, animal welfare, and deforestation. Please listen to Mrs. Maneka Gandhi.
I would like to say my namaskar to Supreme Master Ching Hai and to all of you in the audience. I wish I could have been with you today, but unfortunately I have Parliament. For many years now, we have been experiencing the problems of climate change. In my own constituency, there was a terrible drought this year, and just when the government had come to grips with it, it turned into an unseasonal flood. The farmers lost everything. The lentils I eat, regarded as a staple in India, are now so expensive that they have become a luxury. But we have no rain, no water, increasing heat, drying rivers, and dying people. Do you feel powerless as an individual to stop the world from dying? Let me explain how you and I can turn this around immediately. Methane and carbon dioxide are greenhouse gases, which means that their presence in the air traps heat and affects the Earth's temperature and climate, making the planet warmer. As it warms, the climate changes and the glaciers melt. When the glaciers melt, the rivers first flood and then dry up. Let's take methane. It's an easy problem to deal with. It's produced from 4 sources: livestock manure, rice farming, coal mine, and landfills. The time has come for both the developed and developing world to recognize that reducing methane is the quickest way to stop global warming while we wrestle with the problems of technology changes for reducing carbon dioxide. What makes methane so lethal? It may be less than carbon dioxide, but it is 23 times more efficient in trapping heat in the atmosphere than carbon dioxide. And methane has a large effect for a brief period. In fact, it lasts in the air for a net lifetime of about 8.4 years, whereas carbon dioxide has a small effect for a long period. What does that mean? It means that if we stop generating methane today, we will see the effect almost immediately. In developed countries, the eating of meat has risen from 65 kilos to 100 kilos per year. 100 kilos means over 300 animals are killed by one person every year. Meat eating, why is it a problem? Because it increases both carbon dioxide and methane. Producing one steak in your supermarket takes roughly 60,000 calories of energy. Keeping cattle or pigs, growing food for them, feeding them, transporting them, killing them, cleaning and packaging the meat, sending it by air-conditioned vehicles to the supermarkets, which keep it in freezers. Then you buy it, then it's fridges at home, and then you cook it because you can't eat it raw. This is all carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide we increase because forests are cut by the minute in places like Brazil, China, Indonesia, India, so that we can graze the cattle, the pigs, the hens, the goats, the sheep. These forests absorb carbon dioxide. So when we cut down the forest, we cut down the carbon sinks and we exchange them for meat. Now come to methane and its relationship to meat. Livestock produce 23% of all methane because of the fermentation in their intestines, which produces gas in these animals. It produces it in their manure, in the wastewater that they produce. A single dairy cow produces between 550 to 700 liters of methane a day. The world's top destroyer of the atmosphere is not the car nor the factory. It is the meat-eating human being. There is a 400-page United Nations report which has identified the world's rapidly growing herds of cattle as the greatest threat to the climate, forests, wildlife, and the continuation of the earth. Your ham sandwich is killing me. Your ham sandwich is killing the earth. Livestock produce more than 100 other polluting gases, including 2/3 of the world's emissions of ammonia. Ammonia creates acid rain. Acid rain destroys forests. And overgrazing has turned pastures and mountain ranges like my Aravalli range, which used to protect Delhi and no longer does because it's become a desert. Cows soak up vast amounts of water. It takes a staggering 990 liters of water to produce 1 liter of milk. Wastes from feedlots and fertilizers used to grow their feed all washes down to the sea. It kills the coral reefs and it creates dead zones. There are over 200 dead zones in the ocean now, thousands of kilometers wide, including near India, including off Washington, which have no life. Diet change would make far more of a difference than trading in, for instance, your car. Many people think that if they trade in a standard car for a more efficient hybrid car, this will save the earth. But it doesn't. It reduces annual greenhouse emissions by just 1 ton a year. And then you create 1.5 tons by eating meat. All 1.5 billion cows in the world, you created them. They don't want to be killed, but you kill them to eat. In the process, you kill not just them, you kill the planet. Now, what can we do? The cost of reducing carbon dioxide are much larger because it needs technology. The cost of reducing methane is zero. Simply stop eating meat. You can remove methane in 1 day, starting with today's dinner. If you stop eating meat today, you will stop my Ganges glacier from melting, and 23% of my people will survive because the magnificent and holy Ganges will stop turning into a stream. And how will this impact you? My people will not become refugees and storm your gates to enter your country. So not only will you save the world yourself, stopping eating will also stop so much poverty on the planet. It brings you better health. It eliminates most cancers. It frees up masses of land for vegetables and grains and really good eating. It allows water for the poor. For instance, do you know that one slaughterhouse in my city uses 16 million liters a day and one family gets 1 liter? Take the power into your own hands. You can become an earth saver. You don't need machines. You don't need governments. You don't even need treaties like the Copenhagen Treaty. You can stop it today by yourself. Maybe this is the ultimate lesson that nature is trying to teach us. Good gets good. Don't kill and don't be killed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Gandhi. Your desire to protect all life is an inspiration to all. We wish you much success in your noble political service. Oh yes, and I want to tell the audience here that the complete unedited version of Mrs. Gandhi's address is on DVD in the gift bag you'll receive as you leave this event. Our next speaker, Dr. Noam Moore, is a graduate from both Yale and Pennsylvania State Universities. He is currently an adjunct professor of physics at New York University's Polytechnic Institute. Dr. Moore will explain the importance of short-lived greenhouse gases. Please give a warm welcome to Dr. Noam Moore.
Thanks, I'm happy to be here. Global warming is one of the biggest environmental threats ever faced by humanity for the sheer scale of the problem. The emissions we emit today are ones that will continue warming the Earth for centuries to come. And with the threats, the risks that temperature increases pose, the rising sea levels, the melting glaciers, the increase in extreme weather phenomena like droughts and hurricanes, people are coming to the point where they realize inaction is impossible. And the question is, what can we best do about it? Traditionally, the focus has been on sources of carbon dioxide, burning gasoline in our gas tanks, burning fossil fuels in our power plants. And of course, very important to address those sources. But it turns out when you look at the data, especially when you focus on the near term, arguably the best place to focus our efforts is on animal agriculture. This is really surprising. People don't usually think of the things that they sit down to eat at dinner could be affecting the climate of the entire planet. So it's really interesting information and really powerful information because it means we can start doing something about it and get a lot of bang for our buck. The UN has said that the livestock sector emerges as one of the top 2 or 3 most significant contributors to the most serious environmental problems at every scale from local to global. That means every major environmental problem has animal agriculture at the top of the list of causes. I mean, it's amazing to think that one industry, especially this industry, raising animals for food, could be so powerful. But when you realize that it really makes sense that this is also having such a big effect on climate change, and that it is a rich source of opportunity to do something about it. So first, let's see why this is such a big influence. The UN has estimated that 18% of our emissions causing global warming today are due to animal agriculture. For comparison, as Mr. Holm pointed out, all the cars and trucks and SUVs and planes and trains and other modes of transportation in the world together amount to about 12%. So animal agriculture alone is a far bigger chunk of the problem than all those sources, important sources as they are put together. The University of Chicago did a study in which they measured for the average American. If the average American switched their diet to a vegetarian diet, how much global warming would that save? And they found it was about 40% more than if they switched their car in for a hybrid Toyota Prius, which is a big focus of environmentalist efforts to improve our emissions. Definitely, it's a big positive step to switch your car for a Prius, but it's really telling that we can make an even bigger difference by reducing our consumption of animal products. These are big numbers as they are, and we'll talk about why they're such big numbers, and then talk about why these numbers are truly underestimates of the scope of the problem. And it's hard to imagine when you look at one cow in a field. How could this cow be changing the climate for the entire world? If you look at a chicken hatching from its egg, it just doesn't seem like the chicken could be doing much for the entire world. But when you look at the vast numbers of animals involved, it's really staggering. You start to realize the scope of the problem. When you look at the vast numbers involved, it really becomes quite obvious the scope of what we're talking about. In the US alone, in 2008, just to feed Americans, 80 billion animals were killed. The numbers are just hard to get your head around. If you look at the entire animal biomass of the Earth, all the animals in the world, you'll find 1/5 of those are animals we're raising for food. 1 in every 5. So the numbers are just staggering. If you look at the surface of the Earth, 30% of the ice-free land surface of the Earth is being used to raise animals for food, for pasture land, or to grow feed for those animals. So this is a huge part of our economy, a huge part of our human efforts, and so it makes sense that it would be a huge part of our environmental problems. And if you think about it in your own life, how much money you spend on food, how big a part of your life is food, you go outside and see restaurants and supermarkets and so on, the food we eat is a big part of what humans do. And it only makes sense that it's a huge part of the problem. As bad as it is today, as bad as the emissions are from this sector, think about what will happen if we don't do anything. Meat consumption has increased 5 times in the past 50 years, and it's on schedule to double again in the next decade or two. So as bad as things are now, they're only getting worse if we do nothing, and these kind of increases threaten to swamp improvements we make in emissions in other areas. So we absolutely cannot neglect this important area. Why do these animals and their production emit so much global warming gases? Well, people often look at carbon dioxide, and carbon dioxide is a big part of the problem. And animal agriculture contributes a great deal to carbon dioxide. To produce 1 calorie of animal protein takes 11 times as much energy input as 1 calorie of plant protein production takes. So it's very energy intensive. It takes lots of power. Maneka Gandhi talked about all the different things you have to do to get animals to your plate, from growing far more plants than you would need if you ate them directly in order to feed to the animals, grow the animals, slaughter them at different locations, transport them to your stores, and then finally to your homes, refrigerate them. All that very energy intensive. Among all the species that we eat, fish is probably the worst in this regard, very energy intensive on average. Deforestation is also a big source of these emissions. As we burn forests in order to produce pasture land and farming land to grow feed for animals, we're emitting all the carbon these trees have taken out of the atmosphere during their entire lifetimes, emitting them all at once. That's a huge source of our carbon dioxide emissions into the atmosphere. And if you look at formerly forested Amazon rainforest, now converted into land used for growing animals for food, it amounts to 90% of all the Amazon rainforest that's been deforested since 1970. 90%. So when you see all this deforestation, we need to think it's related to what we sit down and eat at mealtime. The deforestation also emits black carbon, which is very efficient at absorbing light. And that adds an extra danger as this very absorbing material can float through the atmosphere into places like Antarctica, which are very bright and reflect sunlight. Reflecting sunlight is good because it keeps the Earth cooler, but as black carbon floats down to Antarctica, absorbing more sunlight, it presents a danger of increasing melting there. And melting of Antarctic ice has dramatic potential effects on global sea levels and coastal flooding. So there's a lot of dangers just on the carbon dioxide side. But other gases also pose a big problem. And the other gases are often overlooked in all the focus on carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide is produced by far in the greatest quantities of all the gases we emit, but it's not the most powerful at warming the Earth at all. Other gases can be much more powerful at warming the Earth. Methane, for example, causes 25 times as much warming as carbon dioxide over 100 years. Other gases, like nitrous oxide, can be about 300 times, cause 300 times more warming over 100 years. Those are numbers that are often taken into account, and as a result, when you look back at historical warming, carbon dioxide is responsible for about half the problem, and other gases, mainly methane, is responsible for the other half. So it's important not to overlook these other gases. But when you look at near-term warming, the numbers are bigger than are usually calculated. If you look over 20 years, methane is not 25 times more powerful, it's 72 times more powerful. So all the numbers that are calculated by the UN, by the Chicago study, by lots of studies, which look at the standard of what happens over 100 years, are skewed when you look at the near-term effects. And in the near-term effects, sources of other gases, like sources of methane, have an outsized effect. and the number one source of methane worldwide is animal agriculture. So that's one reason why animal agriculture has a bigger effect than even these large numbers suggest. Another reason why animal agriculture has a bigger cause than most numbers suggest is aerosols. Aerosols are the tiny particles that make up smog. Whenever we burn fossil fuels, they emit heat-trapping carbon dioxide. They also emit aerosols. Aerosols are bad for our health, but they also reflect sunlight and therefore cool the Earth. If you look historically at the amount of warming caused by carbon dioxide and the amount of cooling caused by aerosols, it's hard to calculate the effect of aerosols because there's a lot of uncertainty. But roughly, they're on the same scale. So much of the warming we've been seeing has been caused by these other gases, by the sources of other gases rather than sources of carbon dioxide, because those sources have been emitting carbon dioxide and heat reflecting aerosols. That doesn't mean we don't need to worry ourselves about burning fossil fuels, because carbon dioxide lasts in the atmosphere for centuries. Our emissions are ones we're stuck with for hundreds of years, while aerosols only last for a short time. And we're getting rid of them from the environment anyway because they're bad for our health. So it's not a reason not to do anything about power plants and vehicles. But it does mean that in the near term, sources of other gases, of which animal agriculture is the biggest source, have a truly outsized effect on the warming we're seeing and will be seeing in the near term. So when you look at methane, you realize that the biggest source is our meat production. Produces about 100 million tons a year, most of it in the form of digestion. These animals can digest things that we can't eat, like grass, and they do it through a special process, through bacteria in their gut, that emit methane. So the huge numbers of animals we produce end up producing huge amounts of methane. The biggest culprit is dairy production. They produce more methane than any other source. But another source is the manure they produce, which tends to be kept in huge manure lagoons, acres and acres of cesspools, all emitting this methane. And when it comes to manure, pig production is the biggest culprit. They all produce methane. Right now, the air we're breathing has more than double the methane it did before industrialization. So the effect has been really big, and this methane is very powerful at trapping heat. So when you look overall, this is a very powerful message, because it means we can have a really big impact on the climate change problem, an impact that most people aren't aware they can have. It's very empowering. When you look at it, not only is the effect big, but if we try to address the problem through reductions in animal agriculture, we get benefits of quick turnaround. Even if we stopped selling cars that were inefficient and produced lots of carbon dioxide, it would still take years for the cars that are on the road to no longer be driven. And the turnaround time for power plants is much longer, while the turnaround time for farmed animals is really pretty short. Even the longest lived farmed animals today generally live only up to 2 years. So changes we make today are quickly implemented. They also mean quick results. Carbon dioxide stays in the atmosphere for centuries. It's still very important to deal with carbon dioxide for that very reason, but methane is in the atmosphere for only about 12 years. So if we make reductions in methane sources, the biggest one being animal agriculture, we will quickly see changes in near-term effects. This is extremely important to remember the near term because we are approaching tipping points in the next few years which could cause irreversible changes. And anything we can do to slow the process of getting to that point is urgent. By addressing through animal agriculture, we can also increase sources of carbon sinks. Right now, 70% of the world's agricultural land is being used to raise animals for food. By having the opportunity to return some of that land to its natural state, we allow to grow the plants that were destroyed before that serve to pull carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere. Targeting animal agriculture is also a lot cheaper than other sources because it is easy for anyone to choose one source of food versus another source of food every time they sit down to dinner. It's a lot harder for a person to say, no, I want to switch from burning fossil fuels to solar or wind power. That takes an investment and longer-term plan. One study found that you could reduce the economic burden of reaching our climate targets by 80% if we focused on animal agriculture rather than traditional sources. Finally, it's really empowering to people who see this problem around the world and get frustrated when political leaders don't seem to be doing anything, and they feel helpless. people feel helpless. Knowing that what people eat every time they sit down to dinner makes a difference for the entire world means we can each make a difference. Every time we sit down to dinner, simply by switching your hamburger to a veggie burger, you can make a difference for the future of the planet, for the health of the planet. It's a message which people can take with them that's positive and which they can implement in their own lives. So this is an unparalleled opportunity to make great progress in addressing global warming, curbing global warming particularly in the near term, while reducing the economic burden of doing so, and at the same time addressing all the other environmental problems that the UN said animal agriculture is also a top contributor to. It's just great news to know that what's good for you, for your health, is also good for the planet. This is not a replacement for all the other important strategies that people talk about, but it is the one that may give us the biggest bang for our buck. Thanks.
Many thanks, Dr. Moore, for sharing your research on the sources and effects of increased atmospheric methane. There's new evidence that livestock raising may actually contribute much more to climate change than previously thought. The World Watch Institute has released a new study called Livestock and Climate Change, which states, and I quote, "Our analysis shows that livestock and their byproducts actually account for at least 51% of annual worldwide greenhouse gas emissions," end quote.
Yes, Brian, I read that too. And the livestock industry not only contributes to climate change, it is also a root cause in many of our infectious diseases. Our next speaker will tell us more.
Dr. Michael Greger is a medical doctor and the Director of Public Health and Animal Agriculture for the Humane Society of the United States. He is a foremost authority on swine flu and many other types of diseases. Dr. Greger is the author of the book Bird Flu, a virus of our own hatching. He is also a vegan. Please join us in welcoming Dr. Michael Greger.
Thank you. Good afternoon. According to the Director General of the World Health Organization, the three greatest threats facing humanity, number one is the global food crisis. Climate change is number two, and pandemic influenza is number three, all of which have to do with our food choices. The current pandemic has killed thousands of people, but in a world in which millions continue to die of diseases like AIDS, tuberculosis, malaria, why is there so much concern about this so-called swine flu? Because apparently the last time a nearly entirely new flu virus jumped species and caused a pandemic, it went on to become the deadliest plague in human history. The influenza pandemic of 1918. Most flu strains tend to spare young, healthy adults. The 1918 virus killed people in the prime of life. In 1918, more than a quarter of all Americans fell ill. This is a chart of percent of population dying here in the States. In 1918, as many as 50 to 100 million people lost their lives. A similar virus today could kill many, many more. What started for millions around the globe as muscle aches and a fever ended days or even hours later. Homeless orphans, their parents gone, wandered the empty streets. One agonized official in the stricken East sent an urgent warning West, quote, "Hunt up your woodworkers and set them to making coffins, then take your street laborers and set them to digging graves." This is a clipping from the New York Times at the time. Victims of plague everywhere, great pyres of bodies consumed by the flames. That 1918 flu virus killed more people in 25 weeks than AIDS has killed in 25 years. No war, no plague, no famine has ever killed so many people in so short of time as the 1918 pandemic. Where did it come from? The conventional wisdom is that the 1918 pandemic was triggered when an H1N1 bird virus, in its entirety, all 8 gene segments, jumped into human beings. We then apparently passed it along to pigs, sickening millions of them as well. Now, after the pandemic, when our immune systems got used to the new virus, it turned into the regular seasonal flu, and in pigs, it turned into what we call classic or classical swine flu. Before 1918, we have no reports ever of any pigs coming down with the flu at all. So, throughout the roaring 20s, people got the regular flu every year, and pigs got the swine flu. Same thing with the 30s. And the same with the 40s. The important thing to notice, though, is that swine flu remained stable throughout, unchanging throughout the 1950s, the 1960s, the 1970s in North America, and stable throughout the 1980s. But then, by 1990, everything changed. A never-before-described triple-species flu virus arose. The classic swine flu virus, after being stable for 80 years straight, picked up 3 gene segments from the circulating human flu virus and then 2 gene segments from a bird flu virus to create the first triple animal reassortment virus ever described. Our first hybrid, a human-pig viral mutant, was discovered on an industrial pig operation in Newton Grove, North Carolina in August 1998. Owned by a massive pork conglomerate by the name of Hogslat, the virus mutated further and then spread without months throughout the United States. Soon it spread into Canada, and by 2003, the majority of animals tested in industrial pig operations in Mexico also showed evidence of exposure to our triple hybrid strain. We then exported it to Asia, and apparently the favor has been returned. After reshuffling with the classic swine flu, our made-in-the-USA triple reassortment virus picked up 2 gene segments from a Eurasian swine flu lineage to create the flu pandemic of 2009. The primary progenitor, the main ancestor of our current pandemic flu virus, as shown in orange here, is the triple hybrid mutant that emerged and spread throughout factory farms in the United States more than a decade ago. 6 out of the 8 gene segments, 3/4 of our current pandemic virus, straight from our triple hybrid. In this diagram, these data are from the most comprehensive genetic analysis of this virus to date. Now, influenza experts have been warning about this triple hybrid mutant for years, what they call an extremely promiscuous mammalian-adapted virus. Flu scientists used to only worry about Southeast Asia. But given the appearance of that triple hybrid mutant, now we need to look in our own backyard for where the next pandemic may appear, and 6 years later, it indeed did. After 8 decades of stability, what happened in the 1990s that led to these unprecedented changes in swine flu? And the same question with bird flu. No human deaths from avian influenza for 8 decades until 1997, when H5N1 started killing people in Hong Kong. And then H7N7, bird flu, emerged in the Netherlands, which went on to infect 1,000 people and ended up being transmitted efficiently from person to person. Just 2 examples of new bird flu viruses infecting people. Now, in poultry, the number of outbreaks of highly pathogenic, highly disease-causing strains in the first few years of this century has already exceeded the total number of outbreaks recorded for the entire 20th century. As one leading flu scientist told Science, we've gone from a few snowflakes to an avalanche. What has been happening in recent years to trigger these kind of unprecedented changes in both swine and chicken flu viruses? Let's ask the world's leading expert, Dr. Robert Webster, as did the senior correspondent of NewsHour with Jim Lehrer. Was there something qualitatively different about this last decade made it possible for this disease to do something it's never done before, some kind of changing conditions that suddenly lit a match to the tinder? Webster replied, He says farming practices have changed. He talks about growing up on a farm. He says now we put millions of chickens into a chicken factory next door to a pig factory. And this virus has the opportunity to get into one of these chicken factories and make billions and billions of mutations continuously. And so what we've changed is the way we raise animals. 5 years ago, the world's 3 leading authorities got together for a joint consultation. The World Health Organization, the Food and Agriculture Organization, the United Nations, and the World Organization for Animals Health, the world's leading veterinary authority. And their job was to uncover the key underlying causes of all these new animal-to-human diseases. Number 1 on their list in themes of risk factors was this increasing demand for animal protein the world over. Animals were domesticated 10,000 years ago, but never before like this, especially pigs and poultry. You know, chickens used to peck around the barnyard, but now chickens raised for meat are typically warehoused in sheds containing tens of thousands of birds. Half of the egg-laying hens on our planet are now confined in what are called battery cages. These small barren wire enclosures extending down long rows in windowless sheds can be up to 1 million birds on a single farm. About half the world's pig population is currently confined in these industrial confinement operations. These intensive systems represent the most profound alteration of the human-animal relationship in 10,000 years. Now, the industry is slowly waking up to the growing realization that viruses previously innocuous to natural host species have in all probability become more virulent by passes through these large commercial populations. This is from an international trade journal. This is not, arguably, how animals were meant to live. So how does the poultry industry feel about the possibility of its own so-called factory farms leading to a pandemic that could kill millions of people? Well, the executive editor of Poultry magazine wrote an editorial on just that topic. The prospect of a virulent flu to which we have absolutely no resistance is frightening. However, to me, the threat is much greater to the poultry industry. I'm not as worried about the U.S. human population dying from bird flu as I am that there will be no chicken to eat, said the executive editor of Poultry magazine. There are at least 10 reasons why industrial pork production can present such a breeding ground for disease. The operation in Newton Grove, North Carolina, where the ancestor of the current pandemic virus was first detected, was a breeding facility in which thousands of sows were confined in what are called gestation crates, also known as sow stalls. These are veal crate-like barren metal cages about 2 feet wide. These highly intelligent social creatures basically being kept in a box week after week, month after month for nearly their entire lives. They can develop crippling joint deformities, lameness. I mean, if we did this to a dog, you'd get thrown in jail. Not only can these pregnant pigs not turn around, they can really barely move at all. Now, the rise in stress hormone levels in these so-called crated sows is thought to be because of the interference with natural maternal behaviors like nest building, which they can't do in a cage. And this frustration of maternal behavior has been shown experimentally to result in impaired immunity. Now, the National Livestock and Meat Board defends intensive confinement in a pamphlet called Facts from the Meat Board. Confinement rearing has its precedents. Schools are an example of confinement rearing of children, they say. Not that different from how they described veal crates as being similar to a baby's crib. The fact that the industry feels the need to mislead consumers by conjuring images of classrooms and baby cribs speaks to how far out of step animal agriculture has gone from just, mainstream basic decency towards animals. And interestingly, they know it. As Professor Emeritus of Animal Science wrote in one of his college textbooks, one of the best things modern animal agriculture has going for it is that most people haven't a clue how animals are raised. For modern animal agriculture, the less the consumer knows, the better. What can we do to prevent this kind of thing in the future, which is why we're all here today? The United Nations has urged all governments, local authorities, international agencies need to take a greatly increased role in combating the role of factory farming, which combined with these live bird markets that provide, in their words, ideal conditions for the flu virus to spread and mutate into a more dangerous form. These factory farms can be thought of as the original incubators for dangerous strains of the flu. More than 5 years ago, the American Public Health Association, the largest and oldest association of public health professionals in the world, called for a moratorium on factory farming. No more factory farms. In 2007, the Journal of the APHA published an editorial that went beyond just calling for de-intensification of the industry, of the pork and poultry industries. The editorial questioned the prudence of raising so many animals for slaughter in the first place. It is curious that changing the way humans treat animals, most basically ceasing to eat them, or at the very least radically limiting the quantity of them that is eaten, is largely off the radar as a significant preventive measure. But such a change, if sufficiently adopted or enforced, could still reduce the chances of the much-feared influenza pandemic. It would even more likely prevent unknown future diseases that, in the absence of the change, may result from farming animals intensively and killing animals for food. Yet humanity, it goes on to say, doesn't even apparently consider this option. Right? We don't tend to shore up the levees until after the disaster strikes. The editorial concludes, those who consume animals not only harm those animals and endanger themselves, but they also threaten the well-being of future generations. It is time for humans to remove their heads from the sand, they say, and recognize the risk to themselves that can arise from the maltreatment of other species. How we treat animals can have global public health implications. Let me end with a quote from the World Health Organization. The bottom line is that people have to think about how they treat their animals. Basically, the whole relationship between the animal kingdom and the human kingdom is coming under stress. In this age of emerging diseases, we now have billions of curly-tailed and feathered test tubes for viruses to incubate and mutate within billions more spins at pandemic roulette. But along with human culpability comes hope. If changes in human behavior can cause new plagues, well then changes in human behavior may prevent them in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Michael Greger. The information you have given us is truly thought-provoking. Well, next we will hear from Dr. T. Colin Campbell, a professor of nutritional biochemistry at Cornell University and author of the best-selling book, The China Study. Let's hear from him now.
My name is T. Colin Campbell. I'm a longtime professor at Cornell University, presently a professor emeritus of nutritional biochemistry. I have been working in the field as a researcher, as a lecturer, as a teacher for many, many years, more than 50 years, in the field of food and health. We learned when we gathered all the information from the laboratory on the one hand, from the human studies on the other, that this information rather substantially pointed to the idea that consuming anything other than whole plant-based foods could create health problems. We learned that nutrition is a major factor in keeping us healthy. And by nutrition, I mean consuming whole plant-based foods and eliminating, as much as possible, animal-based foods, dairy, eggs, and meat. And one of the outcomes of this idea is not only do we restore health, but now we're learning that this can have a major effect on the environment. I know there's a conference coming up in Washington, D.C. on the question concerning global warming and livestock production and animal food consumption. And I would extend my best wishes for that conference. I think it's an important conference, a very important conference. And I'm delighted to pass along a message that what is being done here is about as important a topic as anything that I can consider. I extend my best wishes to the conference.
Thank you, Dr. T. Colin Campbell, for your insight into the relationship of diet and health.
So, if we unite for a kinder, animal-free lifestyle, it will be better for our health and for our planet. I wonder how aware today's children are of the benefits from switching to a plant-based diet.
Well, let's hear what Winter Grace Williams, the daughter of famous American talk show host Montel Williams, has to say.
Some of us don't eat right. Fast food, junk food. Sometimes even our school lunches have too much fat and cholesterol. I'm Winter Grace Williams. You know my dad, Montel. And I'd like your help in bringing healthy foods into schools. A lot of us hate to see this. Others hate to see this. And nobody wants to see this. The answer is this: veggie chili, veggie burgers, healthy food. Sign our petition today at healthysschoollunches.org.
Now that was to the point. To elaborate on this topic, we bring to you our next speaker, Dr. Ruby Lathan. Dr. Lathan currently serves as the Nutrition Policy Manager for the Physicians Committee for Responsible Medicine. Also, she has been inducted into the Inc. Hall of Fame as one of the outstanding women in science, technology, and engineering. A vegan herself, Dr. Lathan is the driving force behind proposed legislation for the Healthy School Lunch Program. Please welcome Dr. Ruby Lathan.
Well, good afternoon. It's really a pleasure to be here this afternoon. And I just want to first thank the organizers of this conference, as well as the renowned leaders and speakers who are participating here. And we're going to take a little bit of a shift and talk about the role of diet and climate change and focus a little bit on children and child health. And they've asked me to talk a little bit about the Physicians Committee for Responsible Medicine and give you a little insight on what we do. We are a nonprofit organization based here in Washington, D.C., made up of tens of thousands of physicians, dietitians, and healthcare professionals, as well as lay people who promote health through preventative medicine, through good nutrition and ethical standards of research. So this is definitely an area that fits within our scope. So the role of diet and climate change is very critical. And we know, based on the many reports that we've heard here today, including one entitled Climate Change, Sustainable Diet, Health, the Connection and the Solution, that we know that our food choices, which are a contributory factor to many major chronic diseases, are also dramatically impacting our climate. So we know that children's health reflects the society in which they live, and we're going to focus on that for a moment. Research shows that the risk of chronic disease increases with the increase in meat and dairy consumption. And this graph shows the increase in meat consumption per capita between 1909 and 2005. And we can see that this increase was about 50 pounds. It was 148 pounds per person in meat consumption. And in 2005, it rose to 202 pounds per person for meat consumption. And for cheese consumption, the difference is even more striking. We went from about 3.8 pounds of cheese consumption in 1909 to about 31 pounds in 2005. So it makes you wonder, where's all that extra cheese going? And somebody else is having mine, because I'm not having any. So when we look at this, we're wondering, what impact does this have on our health in general when we see these kinds of increases? Consequently, the increase in child health and the prevalence of overweight has also increased. If we look at this graph, what it shows is in 1963, the prevalence of overweight among children and adolescents was about 4 to 5%. And it has steadily increased until 2002, where the prevalence of overweight among children was at 16%. And if we continue to plot this data, it rises in 2006 to 17% and on. And when we get the current data, I'm sure it's even more than that. So we can see that as we're increasing these things, such as meat and cheese consumption, our weight is going along with that. And as we know, that when we have a higher weight, that many chronic diseases are related to that. And so we wonder, if we have this increase in weight of children, what impacts them the most? And one of those things is the school lunch program. We have about 100,000 schools participate in the National School Lunch Program, and that's feeding over 30 million children each school day. Initially, this program was designed so that the most disadvantaged children would have adequate nourishment for learning and other things that they needed to do. All too often, we have high-fat, high cholesterol-laden foods that show up as staples in the lunch line. We often see pepperoni pizza, macaroni and cheese, and chicken nuggets as the traditional staple that you can go in almost any public school in America, and it's on the menu. And so we know that some of the risks associated with this are diabetes, hypertension, cancer, and heart disease as well. And so I want to take a moment to focus on diabetes, because that's one of the major diseases that shows up when you have chronic overweight and obesity in our society. And if we look at diabetes over the last decade, the last 10 to 12 years, the data is astonishing. So in 1994, this shows the prevalence of diabetes. So we had the darker blue colors show the prevalence of diabetes in that state if it's above about 4 or 5%. So if we're looking at the dark blue color, in 94 and 95 it increases. In 96, we're getting a little bit more. 97, again, showing the increase in diabetes in each state. 98, 99, 2000, 2001, 2002, 3, 4, and in 2005 we had to change the scale to add another color because the amount of diabetes outgrew the current scale of about 5%. So we went from about 4% per state to at least 8% of the population or more having diabetes. And so we're seeing, as the shift in our dietary patterns have changed, so is our weight and so is our health. And consequently, so is our environment. And so when we make these links, then we can talk about what we can do about that. So as it's wreaking havoc on our diet, on our health, and our planet, it's also just having a devastating effect, as cited in we've often heard about, as cited here today in the United Nations report, Livestock's Long Shadow, that an estimated 18% of greenhouse gas emissions were related to livestock and its production. However, the 2009 report, Livestock and Climate Change, by researchers at the World Watch Institute, estimated that that number was a bit higher, at producing about 32.6 billion tons of carbon dioxide per year. So that's about 51% of greenhouse gas emissions, which is astonishing. This is from the report by Food Watch, study that was commissioned in 2008. And what this shows is, in comparison to a meat diet versus a non-meat diet, the amount of greenhouse gases for a car driven. For example, a meat-based diet would be equivalent to driving a car over 4,700 kilometers or 3,000 miles over a 1-year period. But if you switch to a vegetarian diet, which is the second one there, it reduces that by half. And if you then switch to a vegan diet, it only takes about 1/7, produces less than 1/7 of the greenhouse gas emissions as a meat-based diet. So that's quite astonishing. So we wonder, what can we do about that? One of the things is that the Physicians Committee for Responsible Medicine has done is implemented kind of an innovative approach to tackling this, starting with our children, and that's our Healthy School Lunch program. And in that program, what we do is help schools introduce vegan options into their lunch line. We show them how to do that in a sustainable way, and a way that is friendly to the children, and they accept it and usually prefer it over some of the other options that they're given. As a matter of fact, we did a study in Broward County, Florida, where we introduced these options over several weeks in the school lunch program. And so what we had was a vegan option right next to your regular meat-based option. The vegan option in this graph is represented in red, and the meat-based option is in blue. And the children had open opportunity to choose whichever they want. Now, we will say we promoted the vegan option so they knew they would be there and that they would be available. But even after this promotion period, these items stayed on the menu. So we can see that The vegan options of veggie burgers, veggie chili, black beans and rice sold almost 3 times as much as the meat options. So the vegan options were very well accepted by children, which is contrary to a lot of what we hear sometimes by school officials or parents saying kids won't choose healthy food if you give that to them. And we've seen the opposite, that when it's presented to them and they're included in the process, this is what they want. Not only are our school children accepting it, but parents are as well. We did a survey of over 1,000 adults and asked them about, do they think that vegetarian or vegan options should be made available in the school lunch program? And over 80% agreed that this should be an option. So we have a lot of support and momentum for this. A second approach that we're taking is on a federal level with the Child Nutrition Reauthorization Act. And what we're doing there is we're lobbying Congress to make it more affordable, accessible, and easy for schools to include these healthy, high-fiber, low-fat foods in the school lunch program. So right now we are meeting with our representatives from all over the country and getting a lot of support, and things are looking very positive in pushing our bill forward, that this will be very accessible for schools. Secondly, we're looking at the commodity structure, and what that means is almost all schools who participate in the school lunch program get their foods, lower cost foods through commodities from the USDA. So what we want to see in that, instead of spending a large amount of money, which they currently do on meat and cheese products, we would rather that the commodity structure favor low-fat, high-fiber, healthy, nutritious, plant-based foods so that the schools can then in turn order those foods. And so that's another initiative that we're pushing forward in Congress as we're lobbying for that change. So we believe that change is possible. We have over 100,000 children, students, parents, and supporters who have signed on at healthyschoollunches.org and other places to sign our petition to Congress saying, this is what we want. This is what we want to see in our school lunches. We want to see healthy kids. We know healthy food relates in better behavior, better academic performance, better physical health. And so we're building a momentum. And when we've presented this petition to Congress, it has made an impact. So we're continuing to gather those signatures at a grassroots level, trying to work this from more than one angle, getting people involved, schools involved, and also lobbying our government. So schools have also picked this up and gone on their own with a lot of what they've done. For example, we have school districts that are implementing Meatless Mondays to cut costs and in turn increase child health. We have California, New York, Hawaii, and Florida have all implemented resolutions encouraging vegetarian meals and non-dairy beverages in place of cow's milk to be served in schools. The American Medical Association, as well as the American Public Health Association, have issued resolutions recommending that vegetarian meals and non-dairy beverages be served in the school lunch program. So people are listening. We also had a recent report from the Institute of Medicine, which influences the School Nutrition Association and the USDA in terms of what they serve, that came out about 3 weeks ago that said there needed to be significant increases in fruits, vegetables, legumes, whole grains in the school lunch program. So we're finally seeing people catch on. So as we're collating this information, there's really no way to deny that these changes need to be made, and they need to start with our children. Because when children adopt healthy practices, then they become healthy adults and continue those same practices into adulthood. And we think this is particularly important for our country as we're talking about health care, because if we can stop the problem before it starts, we'll make quite a few strides. And I'd like to briefly introduce 11-year-old Nina, who is part of the reason we're here today, addressing methods of preserving the planet that we're going to leave behind for our children. So I'm going to ask Nina to come on up, and I'm going to ask her a few questions. Now, she's quite a little activist herself and a vegetarian. And she's been so kind to come up and answer a few questions about how she feels about what we're doing here, and particularly healthy school lunches. So, Nina, what grade are you in?
I'm in 6th grade.
Great. And why are healthy school lunches important to you?
Well, they're important to me because if we have healthy lunches, then a lot of people will be healthier.
Seems like common sense, right? So what foods would you like to see served at your school?
Well, I think a lot of fruits and vegetables would be really good. Instead of having like fruit cups, which a lot of people have at their schools, they could have fresh fruit.
That's wonderful. Absolutely. Absolutely. And why do you prefer to eat fruits and vegetables rather than animals?
Well, I loved animals all my life, and I think it would be really hard if I had to eat one.
Thank you. And my final question is, why do you think it is important to stop eating meat?
I think it's important to stop eating meat because if more people stopped, then it would be really good for the environment.
Absolutely. Thank you, Nina. And I'd like to just close with a statement that President Obama made at his climate change speech to the UN in September. And he says, "The good news is that after too many years of inaction and denial, there is finally widespread recognition of the urgency of the challenge before us." And so I would like to say, let's continue our tireless work to create a sustainable future for our children. Thank you.
First, we want to thank Nina for being so compassionate toward our animal friends. And Dr. Lathan, may all schools and communities worldwide follow your noble example to feed our children healthy vegan food.
Our final speaker is Dr. Peter Carter from British Columbia, Canada. Dr. Carter has been a family physician for 30 years. He is also the founding director of the Canadian Association of Physicians for the Environment and a climate policy advisor for Canadians for Climate Action. He is also a vegan. Please welcome Dr. Peter Carter.
So when I was a boy growing up in England, I just remember watching the speakers that when I was getting behind in my jobs, my father used to say, "Peter, come on, you better leap to it." So maybe this is a message that the whole world is being given here by this wonderful conference. First of all, I would like to thank you all. The room, the huge ballroom is packed. I want to thank you all for coming out here. Okay, from the bottom of my heart, and the reason is this. We hear increasingly that global climate change is the greatest threat to the survival of civilization and indeed humanity, but that's not quite right. The greatest threat is the denial. Okay? The denial is huge. There are powerful forces behind it, still confusing and misleading people. So you people coming out and showing that you are breaking through the denial yourself and you're facing the reality of what we all face in our children is the best news there is and the best hope there is. So you can see what I'm interested in and what I want to share with you today, which is the zero carbon emergency response. The golden era, which in fact we have no choice but to leap to it, the golden era is the zero carbon era. That's what the scientists are telling us. There has three essentials that we have to achieve, and we can achieve these three altogether. First is what most people call renewable, but it's perpetual, you see, perpetual non-polluting zero carbon energy. We live on an energy planet. All right, so this idea that we have to carry on poisoning our planet and ourselves with fossil fuels is just absolute nonsense, and we've known it for decades. Second, sufficient zero-carbon, non-polluting food for all. And as you've already heard, this is eminently achievable as long as we switch the way we produce our food and we are more wise in the food that we choose to eat. Third is that we have to create world peace. So we have a lot of converting to do. We have to convert our energy completely. We have to convert our food production and diet completely. and we have to convert the militarization of the world completely. We can do it. How do we get there? Because we have to leap at it, and we have to leap at it all together. So in actual fact, we are very privileged to live at this time because we get to realize and create, in actual fact, a sort of eternal dream of humanity that you can find throughout all civilizations and all cultures, which is this yearning for a golden age. Okay? It's been a dream before, but now we can actually make this happen. We, as Ban Ki-moon said, we have all the resources to deal with and get over climate change. The only thing we lack, as he said, is time. We are in an emergency. So the idea of deep peace has been around for a long time, and all the religions and all the cultures also have this idea of deep peace. So I want to stress this. We're not going to get to this golden era. We're not going to make this conversion of our agriculture and our fossil fuel energy without abandoning this hostility which we've inherited generation after generation after generation. Okay? We're spending $1 trillion on armaments still. All right? I remember working against this in the peace movement, in the 70s and 80s. And I believe, yes, we did save the planet from destruction by nuclear holocaust, but we face another one now. And this time we have to change our world to save our Earth. There's something missing, obviously. We all know how bad this is. So there's some missing ingredient in how we deal with this at our political levels and everything. Well, the first is the denial again. We've got to face the situation. We've got to open our hearts, face the fear, okay, and say to ourselves, okay, we're not going to let this happen. Yeah, it's really terrible. It's really scary. So that's the first thing. Well, obviously we have to have a compassionate culture. We have to create a compassionate culture, as the Dalai Lama and all the spiritual leaders, indeed, Supreme Master Ching Hai says is the essential. I often think that the greatest invention of humanity is our ethics of compassion. This was actually invented, right, by ancient cultures. It's the most essential invention that we ever came up with. We have to get over this hostile competitiveness, which is our perpetual war economy. We have to convert this, Nicholas Stern in the Stern Commission explained that global climate change is the greatest market failure ever because we think it's fine to make war all the time and prepare for war and not worry about all the damage which is being done to the planet. By the way, Sir Nicholas Stern, I was very glad because he's sort of one of my climate heroes. I thought the Stern Commission report was great. So I think last month he made a statement to the media that he said, I think people are going to have to become vegetarian to save the Earth. Well, that was very good. Well, guess what he did last week? He made another statement, I'm vegetarian. Okay, so, hey, good for you, Sir Nicholas. This conference reminds me of a conference in Columbia University in a special edition by Scientific American back in 2005 called Crossroads for Planet Earth. Of course, it's humanity which is at the great crossroads. And the theme of the conference was the human race is at a unique turning point. And will we choose to create the best of all possible worlds? This is still an open question. All you people here, I know, have made the choice. We have everything we need to create this best of all possible futures. But if we don't get engaged, if we don't address it, if we don't look at it, by default, we're leaving the worst possible world for our children and all future generations, and nobody wants to do that. So a few reports here. 15th of September 2009, I was immensely proud of my medical profession when they issued a special open letter in the Lancet and the British Medical Journal, September 2009, addressing the issue head-on, saying that failure to agree to a United Nations climate deal will bring a global health catastrophe. And that was signed by the presidents of 18 of the world's professional medical organizations. That really did my heart good, of course, to get that news. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Carter, for your sensitivity, your broad perspective, and for encouraging all of us to take immediate action. That's great news, that entire cities are working to halt climate change. I wonder if there are other positive developments happening in the world.
Well, Mrs. Hazel Henderson is a distinguished futurist, evolutionary economist, and the author of the best-selling book, Planetary Citizenship. Let's hear what Mrs. Henderson has to say about our future.
I'm very happy to be at this wonderful conference on humanity's leap to the golden era. So greetings to all of you who are there. And we need now to really restore our vision. And so let us now learn from our children and the vision that all children in the world share. And they know that we can build a happy and harmonious and just and peaceful and sustainable future. So we have to thank all of our children for their wonderful vision. And I have worked all of my life in the belief that we humans are standing at the brink now of the solar age. And this is the great transition. If we moved to more vegan and vegetarian diets, we would go a long way to reducing the carbon on this planet. What I see happening now is that all of the new companies who are creating healthier food, healthier lifestyles, preventive medical care, and fitness, and all the companies who are working in solar energy, in wind energy, all of the other renewable technologies, making our appliances and all of our energy systems more efficient. Financial crisis and the climate crisis are a huge learning opportunity to help us now shift very rapidly into building this new economy. We have all the technologies we need. We have all of the resources we need. So again, I congratulate you all for being here, and let us all move together to this new golden age, this solar age, where we can all live together on this planet in a healthier, more humane, more just, and more sustainable way of life. Thank you. Be veg, go green, save the planet.
Thank you for your warm wishes, Mrs. Henderson, and for including children in your vision of the future.
Mrs. Henderson talked about the beginning of a new economic era on Earth, but what about people? Will they be different too? Will the children of the new era be more intelligent and more talented?
Akiane Kramarek may be representative of the children of the future. Only 15 years old, Akiane has already been selected by Tribute Entertainment as one of the 20 most accomplished visual artists in the world. Let's hear from this amazing young girl.
Hello, everybody. My name is Akiane Kramarek. I am 15 years old, and I am an artist and a poet. My story began at the age of 4. I grew up in a family that did not believe in God. We didn't pray. And one day I started having these visions and dreams about heaven, about different people, different cultures. And I didn't think that my parents or my family was ready to hear it. So I decided to draw them. And the more I drew, the more my parents started believing me, and they started supporting me in my gifts. So I progressed into painting. At the age of 7, I started to write poetry. And I wrote many books, but I've published 2 books. And this is my poetry book, and the first one is about my art. And at the age of 9, Oprah noticed my gift, and after her show, my whole career just boomed. I was so honored that everybody could know my message. And my message is to bring people together, to unify them, and to realize that love is the answer to everything if we really look at it at that perspective. And I actually wrote a poem that is about that. And this is called Love. Love is never alone. Love is always crowded. Love is a shared self. We cannot own our love. We cannot teach our love. The longest breath of love is the shortest distance to heaven. The deepest life is love. The deepest love is an embrace. Love is not rest. Love is peace. Love is a purpose. And right after I wrote that poem, I knew that I needed to show people that if we just live together in harmony and live better, myself, I am a vegetarian because there's no need to actually take another life. And I feel better. My artwork is inspiring me each day and inspiring people each day. The future is so much surprises, and I can't wait till I show the world what my message is.
We are grateful for Akiane's blessings to this world. She represents the hope and promise of a visionary new generation. Supreme Master Ching Hai has dedicated her life to serving and uplifting all beings, especially those in need. The following video will introduce this beloved teacher.
Truth, virtue, and beauty are universal values and form the fundamental qualities of any inspiring individual. Great arts are inevitably inspired by great love. Each and every one of us has the innate source of love, which can be translated into action. We can paint our canvas of life with kind deeds. Kindness has been considered the core value of human civilization since its origin. Throughout history, planet Earth has been graced by many enlightened beings whose lives were examples of love in action. And many others have inspired humanity to evolve into a more advanced species with higher consciousness and a greater capacity for love. They have shared their lives and their love with all those around them, helping to create a better world. One of the current examples of love in action is Supreme Master Ching Hai, a world-renowned humanitarian, artist, and spiritual teacher. Like many great saintly beings, Supreme Master Ching Hai has shown her great innate compassion towards all forms of life since childhood. It was natural for her to seek a spiritual journey and dedicate her entire life to helping others obtain enlightenment and liberation from their sufferings.
Whatever we can share, begin with sharing. And then we will feel a subtle change in ourselves. More love will be pouring into our consciousness, and we will be aware of something. And that is the beginning. We are here to learn to grow, as well as to learn to use our power, our limitless power of love and creativity, in order to make a better world wherever we happen to be incarnated.
Supreme Master Ching Hai's love and assistance have extended beyond all cultural and racial boundaries to millions of people around the world.
She is the light of a great person, an angel of mercy to all of us.
She was, because you know the presence, you can feel, you don't have to have studied it to know. The people that have it just have to walk in the room. And in her case, everyone gets it. You don't have to be a believer of the same denomination to know the special people, that there's a Moses, a Jesus, a Muhammad, and not deny their speciality. You don't expect one to go with the other, but they all unanimously go, oh. They bow to the specialness when it's present. And it was present that night. Everyone felt it.
Although she does not seek acknowledgement of any kind, in recognition of her selfless assistance, Supreme Master Ching Hai has been given awards worldwide by government officials and private organizations on numerous occasions. They include the World Peace Award, the World Spiritual Leadership Award, Award for Promotion of Human Rights, World Citizen Humanitarian Award, Award for Outstanding Public Service to Mankind, 2006 Goosey Peace Prize, Los Angeles Music Week Certificate of Commendation, First Place Silver for the 27th Annual Telly Awards 2006, and the Presidential Active Lifestyle Award from the 43rd President of the United States, George W. Bush. In addition, October 25th and February 22nd have been proclaimed as the Supreme Master Ching Hai Day in the United States. Congratulatory messages were sent to the Chicago ceremony by many government officials worldwide, including Presidents Clinton, Bush, and Reagan. To commend virtuous actions and encourage others to be inspired by their examples, Supreme Master Ching Hai has created a series of Shining World Awards. Through these prestigious awards, she has recognized deserving humans and animals for their exceptional heroism, compassion, leadership, bravery, or intelligence. Supreme Master Ching Hai is also the source of inspiration to Supreme Master Television, a global station which airs constructive programs. The station encourages harmony, greater understanding, and compassion for all beings. It also promotes an organic vegan lifestyle as the most effective and fastest solution to climate change. Through her tireless dedication to improve the lives of all beings on Earth, Supreme Master Ching Hai has set a true example of love in action. Supreme Master Ching Hai is one of the truly dedicated people of this era, helping others find and create a beautiful vision of our future. Many great people in history have had a dream, and in her own words, so does Supreme Master Ching Hai.
I dream that all the world will become peaceful. I dream that all the killing will stop. I dream that all the children will walk in peace and harmony. I dream that all the nations shake hands with each other, protect each other, and help each other. I dream that our beautiful planet will not be destroyed. It takes billion, trillions of years to produce this planet, and it's so beautiful, so wonderful. I dream that it will continue, but in peace, beauty, and love.
And now comes the moment we have all been waiting for. The moment when we get to greet our special guest of honor, Supreme Master Ching Hai.
Hello, Supreme Master Ching Hai. Wow, you look so beautiful.
Hello, my love. Hello, everyone. Thank you.
We are extremely grateful that you could join us here in Washington, D.C.
Supreme Master Ching Hai, we have been discussing the urgency of climate change and the solutions to many of our problems, and that a vegan diet offers a solution. We also have been talking about the dawn of a new golden era here on Earth.
Yes. We have many guests with us here this evening, as well as our worldwide viewers who would like to ask you some questions. But before we begin the question and answer session, is there anything you would like to say to our guests and viewers?
Yes, I would like. I would like to thank all the beautiful people for coming, and I'm very honored to be with them. Once again, in the company of the great, good-hearted, intelligent people of America, including the distinguished guests, dignitaries, and illustrious speakers who are leaders in their fields of government, science, environment, and health. I have been listening quietly. Well, I have been in your country, the United States, many times, including the magnificent nation's capital, Washington, D.C. And I have always been welcomed so much, no matter where I go. For this, I'm always grateful, and I have a special place in my heart for the United States of America and her citizens as shining examples of the democratic spirit. I'm always impressed by this young, self-made nation that has excelled in strength and leadership through her people's sheer determination, sincerity, and faith. And I believe that the courageous actions needed at this urgent time would be led by Americans. Your high standards of integrity and deep love for your families and country will bring about the crucial steps needed to save our precious planet, our home, and the one we want for our children and grandchildren. May this important event be fruitful and beneficial to the participants and the world. Thank you all for being here. God loves us all. God bless you all. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Supreme Master Ching Hai, for your insightful words and for your beautiful dress today. You look absolutely gorgeous.
Oh, thank you. This is a vegan fur. Vegan fur, hey? It's not real fur. Yeah.
Yes.
I designed it.
Whoa.
Also the jewelry, you know, right? Look at how beautiful. You don't have to wear real fur. It's beautiful.
It's much more beautiful than...
Yeah, and you feel so light wearing it because you don't have a bad conscience. Yes. And so warm, you know? I have something better inside. I also designed it. Look at this. See? Yeah. Look, be veg, go green.
Whoa.
Save the planet.
Master, you look like a queen.
Oh, thanks a lot. Yes, I'm the queen of heart. To the queen of heart is the age of beauty. Okay, I don't want to sing that song. It's a little bit sad, so we sing some better song. I leave you to do it. All right, let's get down to business because all of you busy.
Well, we have several questions that our guest this evening would like to ask you. Are you ready for us to begin?
Yes, ma'am.
Our first questioner is a software developer named Jerry Pelletier.
Hi, my name is, like they said, Jerry Pelletier.
Welcome.
Thank you. My mother, Chan Mo, was a devoted follower of your teachings for many, many years.
Oh, I know her.
Yeah, I knew.
She's a Buddhist nun.
Yes.
And she's a very, very beautiful woman.
Yes. My question is that this world we share, and made up of many countries, and the activities of one country affect the health and well-being of other countries. It's kind of the analogy I can make is the smoking and non-smoking sections of a restaurant. So right now, I think the world there's more smokers than non-smokers. So what can we do? Is it just one person at a time? Is it a country at a time? What can we do to get everybody on the same sheet of music to change the way we live, to save this world we live in?
Yeah, what can we do? We have to change ourselves first, eh? It begins with us. Since time immemorial, evolution always begins with individual. Yes. If we want to change the world, we change ourselves first. Now, even if the government forbids smoking or drinking or drugs, but if people individually continue, then we have not made much difference. So now we have to change. For example, we change a little bit, our habits, just a very little bit, like we put down that piece of meat and then we replace it with tofu or some other vegetarian protein. Just a little change, very little change. And then the world will change, and then we will continue to live here, and then we can have a better world. Everything will change for the better. Just little change like that. Anything else you want to ask? Are you happy with my answer?
Very much so. Thank you. They wanted me to ask one more thing.
Yeah, please.
Sometimes it takes an impending catastrophe to make us change and become much greater than we were before.
Oh.
Is this what's happening with climate change? Is it, in fact, an opportunity for us to make an unprecedented leap in evolution?
Good question, sir. Good question. You see, we should not have waited until we have a catastrophe like this, or impending catastrophe to change. But nevertheless, you're right. It's possible that when we faced with such a great upheaval, then we will change and we make a leap into the next level. Especially now, we still have a little time to change. It's just that we need to act now, you see, to profit from this so-called catastrophic future awaiting us. We have to act now for all of humanity, because along with our own survival and health, there is an entire planet that is in trouble. And everyone needs to be vegan to save it. It's a very simple solution that we might overlook. Because if we all change into vegan, put down the animal products, then we would have a dream world that I promise. Because like begets like. We forget that the Bible told us that as we sow, so shall we reap. That means if we create peace, compassion, and harmony, then that's what we will get. Now, the impending catastrophe that you mentioned, it might be motivating us to change, the whole humanity. But to benefit from this opportunity, more people must act now. All of us must. We face a very dangerous future if global warming continues. In fact, distinguished scientists and other United Nations members have been meeting throughout this year in preparation for the December Copenhagen Summit, where they hope to reach agreement on a treaty to replace the Kyoto Protocol. German Chancellor Angela Merkel was just here in Washington, D.C., making an historic address to the U.S. Congress and asked the United States to help to lead in halting climate change. I would ask the same, even though I'm not the chancellor. I'm sure many of you are aware of the increasing number of global warming effects noted worldwide. So I will share just a few from the world and from the United States. 1. In the Arctic North Pole, so much ice has already melted that scientists are forecasting an ice-free summer within as little as 3 to 6 years, which would be the first time in 1 million years. First time in 1 million years. Meanwhile, Greenland is shedding 85 million tons of iceberg each day due to warming, and at a rate that is increasing by 7% each year. The West Antarctic ice shelf is also melting, with 3.3 meter sea level rises forecast that would threaten cities like in your country, New York, Washington, D.C., and San Francisco. And if all of Antarctica and Greenland were to melt, meaning the ice, then the sea levels could rise to as much as 70 meters, which would be deadly or disastrous to most lives on Earth. 2. Glaciers across the globe are shrinking more quickly than researchers ever expected, leaving rivers and lakes gone, disappearing, or drying, with no water for crops and billions who face food shortages due to water shortages as well. 3. Due to rising sea levels, islands are sinking as we speak, with Tuvalu, Tonga, and some 40 other island nations having to plan their whole country's migrations. They are being forced to join the already 20 million climate refugees today. The International Organization for Migration stated that there may be 200 million climate refugees by 2050. 4. According to researchers at Georgia Institute of Technology, United States of America, worldwide, the number of the most destructive Category 4 and 5 hurricanes has doubled over the past 35 years. Category 5 storms yield the highest level of destruction in major cities. Their intensity and duration also increased by 75% since the 1970s. One of these storms whose effects can still be seen and felt was the 2005 Hurricane Katrina, which devastated especially areas of New Orleans, with people who are still recovering their homes and their lives today. I am so sorry the American people have had to suffer through such tragedies. Now in the United States, 1. Close to 1 million acres of pine forests have been lost in the Rocky Mountains due to beetle infestation from global warming. Similar also in Canada, but due to time limit, I cannot report to you everything. So now we just report about United States. Now, 2, in the state of Montana, the famous glaciers of Glacier National Park are now expected to disappear within a decade. 3, according to a new study by the Scripps Institution of Oceanography, the Colorado River, which supplies water to 7 western states, is going dry. Famous river, huh? 4, in fact, researchers say that the US West is facing a devastating drought crisis as snows from mountains are released in vast reservoirs of water. 5, the sea level in North Carolina, USA, rose 3 times faster during the 20th century than during the previous 500 years. 6, the U.S. National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration said that for the first time on record in 2008, 6 consecutive tropical cyclones made landfall on the U.S. mainland. The North Atlantic Ocean and the Indian Ocean are the 2 areas with the strongest hurricane trends. You may ask, what is the main cause of this damage and destruction to the environment? Perhaps, surprisingly, it's not the coal industry or cars or planes or trains or boats or ships. It's methane, which is produced primarily by the livestock industry. A new and just published report by the respected World Watch Institute states that livestock is the largest single contributor to greenhouse gases, responsible for more than 51% of the total emitted. This report factors in an atmospheric heat-trapping effect of methane that is 72 times larger than CO2 when averaged over a 20-year period. Furthermore, just days after the World Watch Institute's report was released, NASA announced that methane actually contributes much more to global warming than previously understood, and it traps 100 times the atmospheric heat over 20 years. And the largest source of methane is, livestock. Now, facts such as these have caused people like esteemed climate expert Lord Stern of the United Kingdom to state in an interview that meat is a wasteful use of water and creates a lot of greenhouse gases. It puts enormous pressure on the world's resources. A vegetarian diet is better. So I quote exactly what he said. Now, the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization reported that livestock raising is the single largest human use of land, the biggest source of water pollution, the number 1 cause of biodiversity loss, and the top producer of human-caused methane and nitrous oxide. In fact, the United Nations has named livestock as one of the biggest environmental problems of our time. With 90% of the destruction of the Amazon rainforest since 1970 being for cattle and growing animal feed, lush forests are being turned into barren fields at a rate of 36 football fields per minute. 36 football fields per minute of rainforests are being destroyed as we are speaking. If you can imagine, how big that is, how detrimental that is to our world. Rainforest is the lung of our planet. It's the health of our co-citizens. And as the trees are felled and plants become more exposed and dry, they even emit carbon dioxide rather than absorb it. This is another danger that is attacking us. Next, meat consumption is a very serious threat to human health. You ask any scientist, they tell you this. You ask all the responsible doctors, they'll tell you this. In fact, one of the doctors sitting there, Dr. Greger, I saw him there. Now, bacterial infections from foodborne illnesses originate largely in animal products, causing widespread illnesses, disability, and even death for thousands of Americans each year. The top 4 bacteria are E. coli, Salmonella, Campylobacter, and Listeriosis. Studies have shown that bacteria from contaminated raw meat can remain even after washing a working surface. And it only takes a few cells of E. coli, for example, to kill a young child. Just a few cells of E. coli to kill a young child. A young, little, tender child. Imagine that. Just a few cells. Add to that the leading causes of death in the United States, like from heart disease, cancer, diabetes, obesity. Every year, heart disease kills 632,000 Americans. Cancer kills 560,000 Americans. Stroke kills another 130,000 Americans. Diabetes kills 72,000 Americans just from meat eating. And we cry over war-related deaths. Who cries for these hundreds of thousands of Americans who die because of that piece of meat? Who cry for those young, helpless, innocent little children who die just because of meat-related E. coli, just a few cells of it? So, ladies and gentlemen, meat is the worst killer than any war. Don't you agree? Yes or no? Thank you. Thank you. Then there are more diseases related to the production of the meat, like swine flu, which Dr. Michael Greger just explained very clearly, originates from animal farms, and the next pandemic, which could emerge any day now, any minute, could be worse for us, could be worse than swine flu. So, sir, to solve this, we do need to move quickly, and of course we know what to do, right? Yes? Be vegan. You know, yes or no? You know? Yes? Yeah. Thank you. Wonderful people. Wonderful. You make my day. There is an advantage of time here, because one aspect of methane is that it dissipates in around 12 years' time, whereas carbon dioxide, CO2, stays in the atmosphere for up to thousands of years. So we remove the livestock-generated methane and the planet cools fast. You see the logic? Yes. From many scientific studies, the health benefits of the vegan lifestyle are already clear. And there are entire communities, such as Village of Peace in Israel, where thousands of vegan residents are free of diseases, such as high blood pressure, diabetes, and even cancer. In the country of Ghana, there is a similar program where After becoming vegan for more than 20 years now, the villagers, the entire village, don't have malaria anymore. And you know how malaria attacks those countries in Africa. Yes. And the previous high infant mortality rate went down to 0. Before, high infant mortality rate, 0. Yes. I also applaud this program. So please pray with me, Mr. Pelagia, that everyone does wake up in time. Pray, I pray day and night, that the divine manifest in the physical realm and wake up the leaders of our nations, wake up the religious heads, wake up everybody in time, so that they understand the urgency of our situation and that they understand the solution of solving this dangerous crisis that's facing us. That is, we have to turn back to our caring and compassionate nature inside our heart. That's very simple. We are that. We are compassionate. We are merciful. We are caring. So we just have been cheated. We have been misinformed up to now. So we did not know it. Being vegan worldwide is the advancement of compassion that will uplift and unify all cultures, bringing tranquility to humans and animals alike. The inner peace that comes from replacing killing with respect for all life will spread like a wave across the globe, elevate human hearts, and create a harmonious Eden on earth. That will bring us all to a lasting golden era. Bless you. Thank you. I'm positive we will do it. Yes? We can make it. Just a little change. Just a little change. Just a little piece of animal meat. Change to vegetable protein. We have plenty nowadays. We have vegan sausage. We have vegan. All kind of chicken, shrimp, look alike, taste better. I love Washington, D.C. I love Washington people. You are so elite.
Our next questioner is Mr. Bob Lebensold, producer and radio host of a program called Environmentally Sound on WVOX Radio in New York. In fact, Mr. Lebensold and Supreme Master Ching Hai know each other because he recently interviewed her on his program.
Right.
Hi, Master.
Hi, Bob.
It's good to see you again. Good to be with you again.
How are you, Bob?
I'm great. I'm great. It's very nice to be here. I'm glad your people invited me. You have a great crew here, great staff.
Good audience, eh? They are so good.
Yes, very good.
I feel such a loving and supportive atmosphere. Okay, go ahead, Bob.
Okay, my question is, I still don't quite understand what you mean by leap to the golden era. What does the term leap actually mean? What makes it happen? And what does the golden era mean to us here on Earth?
Oh, you don't know leap, Bob? I'm sure you know. You just asked for so that you can have some interesting thing to talk on your radio show, right? Yeah.
Actually, I asked them because I would like to understand what this is about. It's called Humanity's Leap to the Golden Era. And I would like to know just how you see it, what it means in your terms, because you are the inspirational spark for this whole gathering.
All right, sir. Aye, sir. I will comply.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Very thought-provoking. I shall try my best to explain what is meant by humanity's leap to the golden era. The leap is the big jump that could bring humankind from one incorrect way of life to a better way of life, to the next higher level in a short time. You see, one small step from everyone in the right direction can result in a big leap in our evolution as a human race. And that small step is very simple. It's just no killing, abiding by the principle of live and let live, adhering to the universal law where we grant life to beget life, because like attract like, that's we all know. This, of course, includes adopting a vegan diet. Humans are naturally more generous and peaceful in their hearts. It's just that we all have been misinformed, misunderstood for a long, long, long time. We thought meat was good for us. We thought dairy was good for us. We thought fish was good for us. We thought egg was good for us. It's all wrong. It's all the opposite. It all has been proven that these things that we have been told that good for us, like meat, fish, dairy, eggs, whatever animal products are good for us, is all wrong. It's the opposite of what is good. It has been bringing us suffering, sickness, and tremendous loss of finances from taxpayers for curing disease and related business. So we have been misled for a long, long time. Now we have to do research. We have to listen to the wise doctors and scientists. We have to see the result of their research, that meat and animal products are really, really poisonous for us. We have to stop now, especially stop for our children's sake. We can't keep poisoning our children anymore. They're helpless. The poor children, they rely on us. They think we know better. But it's not our fault either. We just need to turn around. Why is not our fault? Because we have been also taught that way. And our grandparents, our great-grandparents also been taught that way. And for being too busy for our daily survival, working, we have no time to do research. So we did not know that these things are truly poisonous to us. And above all, it is eating up our planet. It's not just killing people, it's not just killing animals, it's killing our planet. And we have to stop it in order to save our world. We just turn around, that's it. Just walk the opposite way, the right way without causing any more suffering, no taking more lives, but loving and protecting all creatures. That's the leap that our humanity needs. Thank you. We will feel completely different after we make this leap. We will feel evolved to the higher level of consciousness automatically. Just imagine, we are big, strong, intelligent, and able. We are able to plan all kind of stuff to eat. And we should not use our might, our intelligence, our capability to harass, to molest, to torture, to cause suffering, and to murder those little helpless, innocent animals who has never done us any harm. According to the law, they are innocent. And if we kill innocent beings, we are the ones who should be punished. I am sorry if I offend you, but this is the truth. And I'm sure you understand it. Thank you. Through our leap in this evolution, we can live this existence of want and fear toward a true life of peace and love and enlightenment. From the vicious cycle of killing, suffering, and violence to a circle of loving kindness, protection, and happiness. Can we imagine a world where the meek ones never have to fear the strong? Where there is no more violence, no fighting among neighbors, near or far, and no child has to die of hunger, thirst, or illness every few seconds, every day, while their mother watches, completely helpless, with her heart drowning in sorrow. As I am speaking, many children are dying somewhere. Every few seconds, a child dies of hunger. We cannot keep doing this. We cannot wait longer. We have to save these lives. Not just the lives of animals, but the lives of our children. Even if it's not our children, other people's children. Meat causes so much suffering because it causes hunger and war. We use up all our grain, soy, and good resources, and land and water to support the meat industry. And therefore, the world is short of food and water. So in order to save lives, we have to stop the meat industry. The way we are living right now is a deeply degraded condition of what we really are. We are the children of God, which is all loving and kindness. We are the heirs of heaven. We're just forgotten. Can you imagine a God who comes here to earth and kill everything in sight to eat? Sorry if there's a God like that. I don't want to be his child. Would you like to be the children of that kind of God? Tell me yes or no.
No.
Okay, no. Thank you. Thank you. You're so kind. Now, if God is all merciful, all compassionate, all loving, and we are the children of God, then don't you think we should walk like God's children on earth? We have to walk the way of love and compassion. We have to represent our Father if we want to glorify His name. We always pray every day, hallowed be thy name in heaven as well as on earth. But what do we do to hallow His name? We have to represent Him. We always pray to God because we believe God is merciful, protective, compassionate, and loving. And we are the children of God. We must represent these qualities. We are those qualities. We are loving and kindness. We have just been misled, misinformed, and we have been forgotten. We have forgotten. So please just remember, these qualities are deep inside us. So we know there must be something better than what we see around us. We do have examples throughout history of human beings whose lives were so uplifting that they continue to shine till today. Not only spiritual teachers, but philosophers like Plato, statesmen like Socrates, the mathematician Pythagoras, and the poet Ralph Waldo Emerson of America. They were all vegetarian. Are you surprised? No, you're not. You don't look surprised to me. So you knew all that. All the great people, they are vegetarian or vegan. So if we study them carefully, we will see that at the basic core of the civilized life, they taught is the vegan diet. The vegan diet is one of the first single greatest acts of compassion, of not harming another life and not damaging the environment even. If we compare a meat-based diet to a vegan diet, it takes around 14 times as much water, 6 times as much grain, 10 times as much energy, and over 20 times as much land, while often destroying precious rainforests. Being vegan is good business in terms of virtuous merit as well as preserving the only home we have. The less damage and harm we inflict upon the planet and her inhabitants, the less we have to pay. We are paying dearly now, and we will pay much dearer if we don't stop the meat animal industry. The more we exert our loving kindness and protection towards all beings, the greater we will be in the world, the greater will be the feeling in our hearts, as well as in the kingdom of heaven. That's why great masters and other illuminated souls of the past all taught us one and the same, that if we don't wish to be harmed, we must not impose harm on others. You look on all religion, I'll say the same in this sentence, this same meaning. Whatever is good for us, we should do for others. That whatever we sow, we will reap without fail. That's why they did teach us not to eat animals and to be vegan. If we make this leap, a very small change in the diet, instead of meat, instead of animal protein, we choose vegetable protein, which is the first class anyway. Animal protein is second class. Why? Because they have eaten the first class vegetable and fruit, and then we eat their flesh. That is second class. We are human. Why do we choose a second class stuff? Huh? It doesn't befit us. So we have to make this leap. Thank you. My God, you are so kind. We have to make this leap, ladies and gentlemen, because if we do, the golden era will be here in no time, heralding a time of peaceful living without the perpetual loss of lives. Early death in the tens of billions each year. My God. Torture and murder for our fleeting pleasure, which we could always replace. Meat is replaceable. There are so many wonders of earthly life that we have yet to experience and discover. So much scientific knowledge to be revealed and explored and invented. And incredible technologies to be discovered and developed. There are better social systems. These are things mostly beyond our present level of logic or even our imagination. But they can only be achieved through tapping into our wisdom and creative power. In order to open this wisdom, we must first remove the harmful, obstructive substance that block and suppress it, like meat, dairy, fish, poultry, and all animal products. These things obstruct our intelligence, delay our progress, not just spiritually, morally, but technologically as well. Finally, besides our personal reasons wanting to welcome a golden era, we also have the planet to consider, which, as I'm sure you know, we are at risk of losing any time now. So this leap in consciousness is also to save our planet and all other beings that deserve a harmonious world to live in. If everyone make this leap or shift, we can save our planet. I promise, with all the honor that I have, and God be witness. At the same time, we elevate ourselves, which has been long, long overdue. Thank you, Bob, for making me talk so much. Lucky the Washington people are very polite, they are very polite, educated people. Thanks so much.
Thank you for explaining the truth so clearly and for encouraging us to do the right thing.
Our next questioner became a vegan a few years ago when he realized that it was a more compassionate and noble way of living. Mr. Alex Arndt, songwriter, musician, and lead singer of the band Sonic Paradigm, now promotes the vegan diet through his songs.
Hello, everyone.
Hello. Wow.
Hi, Supreme Master Ching Hai. Hello.
Hi, Alex.
Hello. Hey, I just want to say thank you for being my fan. I am also a big fan of yours.
Oh.
And I am so happy to ask you this question. Okay.
Please.
My question is, as a musician, it seems to me that one of the most powerful things is art in our world, and it connects us as human souls. Why do you think this is? Does the beauty of art remind us of another more noble way of life? Thank you.
Yeah, sure, Alex, sure. But it's so nice to see you. A smart, handsome, compassionate musician. Voice of the voiceless, torchbearer for many people. I'm one of your fans as well, I wish you all the best as you continue to write and sing from your heart. Your songs are very touching and ringing with heartfelt truth and feeling. Like there are no slaughterhouses in the spiritual world. So why would we want any on earth, right? That's it. Your songs are powerful. Very powerful, and art is powerful. You know that. Art can speak to us deep inside without any explanation and language. It just goes straight to our heart. It can elevate a person's mood, dissolving the barriers of prejudice or preconceived notions and going beyond the need for human language for perfect expression. And you know, Alex, artists like you are considered half saints already. You are a vegan artist, so perhaps you are more than 50%, huh? Congratulations. I could talk forever in this kind of, atmosphere. The artists are able to emulate the heavenly melodies and the beauties from above and try to express them on earth as much as they can through their physical instruments and vocals. Because in heaven, everything is so glorious and beyond imagination, full of divine light and celestial sound of music. That is what we call the higher vibrations of the universe, which we can hear anytime. Like now, I'm speaking to you. I don't have any instrument, and nobody is playing any harp around here, but I can hear the heavenly music at the same time. And the inside melody, this music, is a real music, is a real inspiration behind all the greatest composition on this planet. Yes, I know it because I myself experienced. Yes. In ancient times, the spiritual practitioners who were connected to heaven at times tried to replicate the mesmerizing, wonderful music of the celestials abode by creating instruments. So many of the instruments we have, like the harp, the piano, the violin, the flute, the Scottish bagpipes, etc., they all correlate with the sounds of real heavenly realms. Except the real ones are much more incredibly uplifting for this matter. I know it because I can compare, because I hear the inner music and I can hear your outside music or other artists' music, so I can compare, yes. Though the paints and the gold and precious gems can never be as brilliant as the ones in God's kingdom, they also still help to remind people of their glorious divine nature or awaken to something beyond the ordinary world. So all artists help to awaken the noble qualities within humans. So you're right to say that the beauty of art does remind us of our real home. It's not just the aesthetic pleasure, but it resonates with our origin. The beauties we adore so much are us. The nobility, love, and compassion are us. Therefore, we are grateful to the artists such as yourself who have enriched our lives through their beautiful contributions. Let's continue working together until we create our own spiritual world paradise. Hey, Alex, thank you. Heaven bless you.
Thank you.
Continue with your music.
And we thank you, Supreme Master Ching Hai, for your words are actually artistic to our souls. They're music. It's heavenly. And we are moved with the compassion and passion of what your wisdom is all about. So thank you once again.
Our next questioner is also a musician. He goes by the pen name Da Vinci and is renowned for his dynamic form of hip-hop. He is most notable for doing many things simultaneously and can even play music with his feet and face.
Thank you. I'm here with my group, Soliloquist of Sound, and we've dedicated our lives as both people and musicians to inspire everyone to recognize the power that they have as individuals. And it feels really great to be among so many other people that have dedicated their lives to the same thing. So thanks to everyone here, as well as Supreme Master Ching Hai.
Wow.
Can you comment on the children that are being born these days, children like Akiani, they seem to be born with great gifts and maturity and wisdom that's well beyond their years. What is their role in this time?
Yes, I'll be glad to inform you. You just remember there was one little beautiful girl, Akian Kamarik, yes? Okay. She's one of the what we call indigo children, or crystal children. They are born from a different dimension, from a higher dimension, but unlike us, they have the ability to retain their divinity, or at least some part of it, so that they can bring to this world some different gifts for us. Yes, we are all born from different dimensions, Mr. Divinci. We are all divine. We are all born from a higher level of consciousness, from what I know. It's just that we have been degraded. We have come to this world and we have been confused. And the negative force of this realm has been deluding us and making us into what we have not willed to be. We should have been much better than what we are. That's why we are never satisfied with ourselves. No matter how much money we have, no matter how successful, big house, big car, something inside us always makes us feel something missing. Yes, something we don't know what. That is our divine origin trying to wake us up. Indigo children are the children who have exceptional talent for their age. They know more way beyond their years. And people who have studied or spent time with these special gifted children have told us about them. These are the youth who are born from higher dimensions and can retain some part of their intelligence, their wisdom, and their talent, their quality of the higher dimension. Many children don't have to be indigo children. From the time of their birth until about 3-4 years of age, many of children still can remember heaven. Sometimes they talk with each other about heaven. Sometimes they told their parents about heaven. But the parents would not listen, would not understand, because the parents have already forgotten. After 3-4 years of age, we have forgotten our origin. So the indigo children are the ones who still continue to remember after the 4 or 5 years of age. Lucky for them. Yes, perhaps it's heaven's will to let these children come and remember their divine quality, so that we have hope. So to remind us that we could attain like that. We could be like them, or perhaps we were like them. Yes, we are. We are like them, Mr. Divinci. Through my meditation, through my search of heaven and earth, I know we are all divine, Mr. Divinci. If only I can show it to you. If only I can let you know what I know. If only I can remove all the obstructive substances that many of us have been misled about and put into this temple, the divine temple, and blur our consciousness. That's the reason we have forgotten our godly origin. That's the reason why we forgot that we are truly the children of God. We have all heard that we're children of God, but we don't know it. We don't really know it because we obstructed ourselves. Because the negative force in this world is too heavy, they kind of surround us, they kind of oppress us, so that we could not struggle to fight against it. And then we succumb to this negative force and degrade ourselves more and more every day. That's why many masters came to this planet since times immemorial, to try to lift us up, to try to remind us. But the thing is, it's not that easy because we have been sleeping too long. Now we are talking about the children, that they have retained some part of their of their divinity. They have come because they have found that the atmosphere, perhaps on our planet, has become more suitable, more refined, and brighter for them. Our planet has been changing recently for the better, you see, as more and more people are doing virtuous deeds, practice deep meditation, spiritual disciplines, and adopting the compassionate vegan lifestyle. Nowadays, because of the communication, it's so advanced. So the vegan lifestyle or spiritual lifestyle spreads very easily, unlike the time of Jesus. So nowadays, we don't have those harassment from misunderstanding like the time of Jesus or the time of Prophet Muhammad.
Peace be upon him.
Also, our human evolution has benefited from the spiritual masters who have been gracing our earth through our history to bless us. So the atmosphere of our world today has become more purified despite the setbacks that we have also at the same time due to the uncompassionate way that we have been misled into living. Nevertheless, the part that can be purified, it has been purified. So our planet atmosphere has been receptive, uplifted to these higher dimensional levels. So some higher dimensional beings can come here. Perhaps more in the future, these so-called indigo or crystal children have come to join us as we continue to purify our world. We will have more and more of them. They serve as innocent inspiration and reminder toward our own innate higher qualities as we see their good energy, creativity, intelligence, wisdom, and love put into practice. For some of us who may not know much about these young people, I will explain a little more. These children, they are born with many talents, including both artistic and technological, way beyond their tender age. Their faith in the divine gives them a simple but clear sense of life's purpose. And not only do they share their creative talents freely with the world, but they also have a lot of inborn virtues. Their nature is of unwavering honesty that can never be compromised by this world. They're lucky. They dislike suffering and injustice. They are very sensitive to people's and animals' feelings. They have more or less telepathic talents. They have intuitive feeling very strong. Yes. So they are very sensitive to other people's feelings and animals' feelings. Oftentimes they could communicate with animals since a young age already. Because their purity naturally repels substances such as chemicals, pollution, and unwholesome foods. These children are also vegetarian or vegan by their own choice, since very, very young, as their nobler selves would only allow them to be so. So their presence is a blessing, is a gift for the continued development of our world. And at the same time, they are an encouraging signal that our planet is on an elevating path. We can only wish that more and more of them may come, and better yet, that more and more of their wonderful qualities will emerge in every one of us. Even as ordinary adults, we can cultivate spiritual consciousness still. Our creativity, intelligence, and other abilities similar to what we see in these indigo children. We all have the capacity and potential to be higher beings. We have just been suppressed by incorrect choices in life. We have been poisoning ourselves by misinformation. But all these wonderful qualities, divinity, can be awakened anytime. I know that because I have my own experience. I wasn't born enlightened. You see, I searched for enlightenment. and I reached it as around 30 years of age. A similar age of the Buddha. Buddha wasn't born enlightened despite all the myths about him. You see, we still have a chance. In our group, many people older than you practice spiritual meditation, and they regain their divinity just the same like the indigo or more even. So we have choices. We have chance. We can do anything we want because we are the children of God. Just believe it. It's truly like that. Now, back to Earth. We can always regain all this divinity. Truly, I promise you with all honesty and honor that we can have it. All of you sitting there, whatever age you are, if you don't even have any experience about heaven, if you don't even have any talent before, you don't even know what to meditate on, any one of you can attain this divinity again, reclaim it again, provided we have the right counteraction, see? And the first step is to switch to a more compassionate lifestyle, because that is what we are. We are compassion. A compassionate vegan diet is the basic way of higher being, a mark of a true human being. A true human being would never kill. A true being would never harm another, even if his own life is threatened. A real gentleman steps wisely, understanding that all beings are connected, and that by taking a life compromises his own human spirit and bringing the bad retribution of killing upon him. So it is not solely the responsibility of these children to improve the world's consciousness level. We must all work together to bring heaven closer to earth. We can all do it. It's so simple. In my group, even children 5, 6 years old can meditate and can hear the inside melody, can talk to God. If we want to bring heaven to earth, if that is our wish, so shall it be. Thank you, and bless you, Mr. Da Vinci.
Thank you.
Many thanks, Supreme Master Ching Hai, for the scope of your vision and for reminding us that we are all God's children.
Our next questioner, Mr. David Canther, is a former pastor and founder of Acts World Relief. This organization provides hot meals, emotional care, emergency supplies, and medical assistance to those suffering from disasters. Acts Mobile Kitchens and medical units also provide inner city relief.
Master, my heart was touched as you were sharing about Hurricane Katrina. And as you know, we were there cooking with our kitchens, hundreds of thousands of meals when the McDonald's were all closed. And so we took the quantum leap of faith by offering to hundreds of thousands of people vegan meals.
Bless you, bless you.
It was actually quite a shock when we put up signs on the top of the large tents that we brought in, and we could offer different types of food that we listed what they were. The line that was always the longest was for vegetarian and vegan meals.
Oh, incredible, incredible.
The Red Cross was so interested in that it was a risk, and they contacted me later and said, actually, you're the first organization that we would like to in the future offer to help pay for some of those meals, because we can see how the community wants a broader amount of the choice of the kind of food they can eat.
Oh, wonderful. Good news. Good news. Even in such a desperate situation.
There are 3 questions which I have. What is the role of animals' divine presence on earth? Do their roles and relationships with human beings deeply connect us further? And lastly, are they helping us to reach the golden era?
Okay, Mr. David Canther. First of all, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart, because you're vegetarian and you offer vegetarian meal to people. And that you give me the good news that the longest lines are the vegetarian food choice. I'm so happy. That means we have chance to save the planet because more and more people want to be vegetarian. Very good sign, Mr. Cantor. You see, even in such a desperate situation where people have nothing anymore and they just need food to survive, they still adhere to the vegetarian diet. Oh, God be praised. Oh, now I answer your question. You deserve it. Only 3 questions, I could answer you 300. Nice to hear good news. Nice to see good people. Mr. Cantor, the role of all wondrous animals and their presence on earth is to bring divine love onto this planet. The animals are so close to God, we humans can hardly imagine. We hear about plenty of examples like the dogs that rescue disaster victims, who otherwise would not have been found without their extraordinary abilities. They can guide the blind and even sense when a person is about to have a seizure and dial the emergency telephone number. And then there are other animals we don't see as often, yet with a heavenly role that is just as vital, like the whales and the seals that populate the vast ocean covering 70% of our earth, who bless us tremendously by their powerful and love-filled presence. You know, in Vietnam, people built some small temples along the coast, many of them, to worship the whales because they want to show gratitude to the whales. Many of the boat people have been rescued by whales from the stormy sea or from a capsized boat. The whales rescue them in numbers. Since time immemorial, the Vietnamese people have always built temples in gratitude to the whales. And these are the true stories. Not only they bless us invisibly, they also rescue people at sea. And this is very, very common in Vietnam. You go there, you see many whales temples. You still can talk to the people who still stay alive due to the whales rescue. I mean, the story is alive. It's not like a fairy tale or a legend. It is a living story still, even recently. But sadly, they are still seen by some humans as seal fur or whale meat. But these 2 animals are some of the many animals who literally radiate love to balance our planet. As we are being deluded more and more into the killing of the animals and destroying the environment, the atmosphere of our planet is also being depleted of love and happiness. Therefore, these animals, they were born here in order to balance it, to help us to fill in the void of love that we lost through our inconsiderate actions. But sadly, we kill them. We kill our benefactors just because we are blind. We are blind spiritually, telepathically, and psychically, that we don't see who are friends and who are not. Sadly, the friends we can see, like the whales, the seals, but we don't recognize. But the enemies we don't see, but we listen to. That is the force of evil, the force of the negative in this world. We don't see the force, we don't see that power, we don't see it manifested, personified, but we listen to it daily. So we do many wrong things that we regret. Or at the time of death, we regret. Because at that time we can see whatever wrong things we do, just like watching cinemas. And we feel very sorry that we have done such things due to not knowing, due to being misled. So these animals, they are really our friends, they are our benefactors. But many of us kill them. If we can contact some of the best animal communicators, they will tell you that whales are the greatest love They house the greatest love of the divine for our planet. Seals also. In one of the conferences last time, I have told the audience about different quality of love of different animals, and whales and seals are one of the few number one in loving power. Now, that's not me who say that. It is through meditation, and I have been informed like that. So, if we kill these beings, we are really killing ourselves. We take out the balance that is greatly needed at this time, especially at this time in our dire situation. Now, if we let them live, then they will be able to bring back to earth the powerful, unconditional love, like that of the mother for her child, and they do their noble mission knowingly. They knowingly. Second question, do the roles and relationships of animals with human beings deeply connect us further? Yes, of course, sir, of course, yes. Because the animals are very pure. They are already connected with the higher source of the divine. So we can learn so much from them. The animal does not have to be large. It could be an ant, which is noted scientifically for his intelligence, or a rabbit. Rabbit is also a powerhouse of love, almost next to the whales, yes, for example. Or even a chicken. You may be surprised. There was a Finnish painter, who told us that when he was feeling down because his day didn't go well, the chickens in his backyard came and sat in front of him. And just by looking at them, he got a sudden energy boost and felt better. Yeah, try it yourself. I rescued some chicken from the battery farm and I tried looking at them. Thank you. Now, some people also report remarkable experiences with marine mammals like the dolphins, saying that just contacting them once in a while lifted them out of their depression or nervous breakdown even. And some researchers have even noted a shift in people's brain waves for the better, for more positive, following dolphin encounters. So this has been proven, with lasting changes that include more creativity and even strengthened immune system. Imagine that. Just contact them once a while. So, how is that animals are helping us to reach the golden era? It is through their unconditional, benevolent love and merciful nature, Mr. Cantor. I'm sure you know this, or at least you feel it. And their absolute forgiveness, no matter what humanity has done to them. You see, for example, the whale in Vietnam, the big whale that rescued the fishermen in Vietnam, they do know that these are fishermen. They do know that they kill fish for a living, but they still rescue them at sea when the fishermen are in danger. You see, absolutely unconditional, not judgmental. This is the love that we humans also house in our hearts, but we have suppressed it because the substance that we took into our body don't help us to develop more of our divinity, but on the contrary, destroy it, or at least suppress it, damage it. So now we have to reclaim it again. Now, speaking of the quality and the unconditional love, I must say something about honoring this love from the animals for all the generosity of spirit and blessings that they bring into our lives. How do we have the heart to kill them and eat them, to enjoy their suffering? You must know this, Mr. Cantor, since you are already vegetarian. I appreciate that. God bless you. Thank you, thank you. For anyone who is not yet vegan or who has not understood why, please inform yourself of the unimaginable utterly cruel and utmost inhumane treatment involved in meat and dairy production or fishing even, as well as lab experiments or the animal fur industry. If we really connect with the animals, or if we really don't shut down our innate feeling, we will also feel their suffering, which is caused almost exclusively by humans. So please, I ask you, go and find out what really happens to the animals in those slaughterhouses. I would call it mass murder house. If you do, it's likely that they will no longer end up on your plate. The unimaginable, horrendous treatment of the babies, baby cows even, baby seals, baby chicks, will make you shudder with horror. Even the egg industry has blood on its hands. If you would like more information, there are programs on Supreme Master TV at www.suprememastertv.com/stop animal cruelty, as well as other information concerning humans, animals, and saving our planet, etc. We don't like to think of ourselves as cruel, much less brutal, especially for something like a hamburger or a piece of bacon. But these are the facts. Animals are utterly cruelly mistreated day in and day out to feed the very industry that supplies all the meat consumed by humans. In news just a few days ago, an undercover video sponsored by the Humane Society of the United States recorded the treatment of baby calves, some barely a few days old. As these animals were being led to their murder, many of them were so weakened by the bad treatment and the condition they live in that they could not walk, or they were too young to walk. They were kicked, beaten repeatedly while laying down, and there were dosed with water to increase the pain of electrical shock, and even skinned alive. Can you imagine that we do these things? It may surprise you to know that this was a certified organic facility. It's not just ordinary animal farm. So now we know that even the animal products you think are somehow more healthy or eco-friendly, this is not the case at all. Please don't eat meat. It's too cruel. In another discovery, undercover recording, baby male chicks were being sent by the thousands down a conveyor belt to a giant meat grinder, alive. Can you imagine the little chicks like this? So beautiful, so cute. And they do this. We humans do this to them. In this factory alone, over 150,000 of the tiny baby chicks are ground up alive every day for dog meat or whatever meat. All because the male chicks cannot lay eggs, so don't make profit for the industry, so they grind them alive. Can you imagine? If anyone does not believe in hell, please go and see these places. Then you will know hell exists right here on our planet. These factories also supply the so-called free-range eggs. Some people think that eggs do not require the loss of life, but they do, very much so. And then there are the horrifying conditions of the pigs, which are extremely clean animals, by the way, scientifically proven. But these intelligent, sensitive beings are locked in crates so small they can't even turn around all their miserable life. But the worst is their actual death process. You see, oh God, I have to tell you, but it's heart-wrenching. First, the pigs are stunned, often unsuccessfully, so leaving them still conscious when they are hung by the feet and cut open with a knife. In fact, they are still alive when they are next put into a vat of boiling water with videos that have shown them still twisting in pain. Imagine if it's us. Imagine if it's our loved ones. Imagine if it is human. All this for a piece of meat, dead flesh, that often causes even more diseases to humans. Not like it even helps us in any way. Is it really worth it? Tell me, please. Is it worth it? It's not. It's not. You're right. How can we degrade ourselves into such an inhumane, heartless state of being by supporting these cruel, heart-wrenching practices? I ask myself, how can we justify causing that much suffering to another being when the alternative is so easy, affordable, and at hand, and healthy? I hope it is clear that the best and really the only way is to be vegan. This lifts the immense burden of suffering and murdering the innocence from our hearts. It can enhance our connection with animals also. The human caregivers at a New Zealand animal sanctuary say that the naturally vegetarian donkeys, they're vegetarian, yes. And there, they make friends with vegetarian human visitors faster than with the meat eaters, because they feel safer without the smell of meat. So the animals, they do know. My dogs, for example, my dogs. I have even a Rottweiler. You know Rottweiler reputation, right? Yeah, okay. Whenever I took him to our group meditation places, you can see it on video also. I'm not making up a story to glorify my dog. His name is Goody. When I adopted him, I said, Goody, your race is a Rottweiler. And I heard that you don't have good reputation as a race of dogs. So I named you Goody, and you're going to be a very good dog so that you can redeem the reputation of a Rottweiler race. It's okay, huh? So I named him Goody, and he's very good ever since. Whenever I bring him to our group meditation, you know our group is all vegan, and meditation and all that. Supposed to be good, no killing, no drinking, no gambling, no adultery, no stealing, no lying, yeah? You know that. So whenever he goes into this group of people, no matter thousands or hundreds, he run around them, licking them all over and asking them to hold his hand or hug him or jump on them, whatever. He does that to numerous of people, whoever. Men, women, children, and old and young alike. Because he feels good. Safe there, I reckon. Now, you don't have to be animal communicator to see this, that he feels good within our group. Now, when I took him out, sometimes in a restaurant, which is a non-vegan restaurant, it's difficult to find always in my travels a vegan restaurant, but I go in there to eat vegan. And I sometimes encourage my people to go into a non-vegan restaurant to eat vegan food, to remind them to keep cooking more and more vegan for more people. Because vegan restaurant, they already know. So I go often into a non-vegan restaurant if I have to go out. Then sometimes I bring my dog, whatever dog I bring. Okay, now we talk about Rottweiler. We talk about that race. Yeah, he's been so good with hundreds or thousands of my association members whenever he's among them. But I brought him out just into a non-vegan restaurant, and the owner of the restaurant, because he knew me, he came and talked to me. He just came and just like 2 meters near me only. He jumped right in the middle between me and the owner of the restaurant. The owner is still alive, eh? If you want, I can ask him. He jumped right in the middle and sat up straight and looked at him and growled at him already. Growling only, huh? I said, no, don't do that. So the Rottweiler was quiet. Then the man thought he could approach me a little further. He just took one more step and he stood up. The Rottweiler stood up and said, no more. He protects me that much. But among hundreds or thousands of my people, he never does anything to them. He goes licking them all over and, pawing them and hugging them. My God, you have to see it to believe. Well, all my people are still alive. You can ask them. The animals do know. I know that from my dogs. Other dogs are the same. Other dogs are the same. Now, one of the other dogs, called Hamid, he's an Australian Shepherd. He's also very protective. Now, when he goes among our group, all vegans, he also lets them, he's normally very shy. He only knows family members. But when he goes out, he's very shy. But when he goes to our group, if I tell him, Hamid, never mind, go let people touch you because they love you. And then he goes. He goes around and let people touch him. And then he come back, sit next to me. Yes, fine. But if I go outside and take this dog with me, even to a bank, he's not growling like that. He's shy. But the bank people see him so beautiful, blue eyes and a very beautiful dog. So they want to touch, and he doesn't want them to touch. He hides behind me immediately. Whenever that person approaches, he just runs behind my back and hides. He doesn't want to be aggressive because I told him not to, but he doesn't want to be touched by the meat eater. I'm sorry if I offend anyone. But in my group, he lets everybody touch him. These are true stories. And now, we must know that animals really understand who is who. So if we know all this, we cannot support further the meat industry because there's mass murder. In our society, we only kill someone when he has done something wrong. And nowadays, many countries already abolish death penalty. And even if a death sentenced prisoner, they have their own cell and they have clean food, clean water. They're not treated the way we treat our animal friends. This is really not humane at all. Please stop all this. Please tell everybody else to stop all this. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Supreme Master Ching Hai, for reminding us how noble our animal friends are and how they contribute to the loving balance of this world.
Our next question comes from Marisol Varela, a freelance journalist with the Examiner newspaper in Orlando, Florida. A vegetarian herself, she's an advocate of the vegetarian lifestyle and has written many articles to encourage people to embrace it.
Yes, good evening, Supreme Master. I'm very happy to be here and to have been invited to this event and to have the opportunity to go back home and inform everyone who didn't have the same opportunity as me about all the benefits that come from living in this healthy lifestyle. With that in mind, I have a question for you. I recently noticed that there is more and more positive and constructive media happening around the world.
That's right.
And there are websites that provide not only the good news and television stations as well. So with that in mind, can you please share with us your thoughts and the role of the media in transforming society? Thank you.
Of course, they are powerful, Miss Varela. The media has a very important role in our society. Everybody knows that. The printed words are very powerful. People are too busy with their daily activities, so they look to the media for informing and reporting relevant events, important matters, and all necessary information for their lives. So the media is a useful tool to awaken one another at this crucial time. A time when our planet and the lives on it are in danger. That's why I'm so glad to see many television and radio channels starting to broadcast about the urgent situation of our planet and even the solution of the vegan diet, which is the switch, that we have to make. Very small change. A piece of meat out, vegan protein in. That's it, just a small change. Everyone can afford. And it's cheaper, healthier. And Supreme Master Television is there as well to contribute and to inform the people in this endeavor. Just recently, Lord Stern in the UK made a statement that the vegetarian diet is better than a meat diet for halting climate change. and the world media came to discuss the topic more actively, almost on every station. And then the Australian and American television channels interview former US Vice President and Nobel Prize laureate, Mr. Al Gore. You know, right? Our hero. You know him.
Yes.
Everyone knows him by now. Yes. They asked him, the journalists, the reporters asked Mr. Al Gore to talk about the vegetarian solution as a means to halt global warming, which he recognized as important in curbing global warming. He recognized that. He said that he cut back on the animal diet very sharply. And he said that the vegetarian diet definitely is a solution to curb global warming. So the media helps a lot to point people in the direction of the solution. In fact, the most urgent role of the media right now is to become vegan themselves, compassionate, noble, and doing good deeds, and to inform people of this urgent action. They should be an example, the media. Now we also see that the public is responding with enthusiasm to spiritual topics like meditation, yoga, alternative living, veganism. Yeah, they want to know more about science and spirituality. We are, as a race, the whole humanity, becoming more spiritually minded and reaching beyond just the limited, ephemeral physical realm for something greater, nobler, and higher. I'm so glad we are in this trend. Yeah. And the media is a huge, huge help in reminding people to go in this upward direction. But still, our evolution has been a bit too slow, eh? Don't you think? It's too slow, eh? So, I also look for hope in the good media people such as yourself, Miss Beautiful. And if I may humbly urge you to encourage people through your work to become vegan, to save human lives, animal lives, and the environment. Because the vegan diet, though simple, is the giant stepping stone that would bring us higher in our evolution. Besides, time is running out for our planet. We must act fast to save lives. So the media has a very great, heroic, noble role to save the world at this moment in our history. And while saving lives, the media also can save the loving, noble quality in human hearts as well. Do you see how great and noble the role of the media is? Thank you, Miss Varela, for being a vegetarian yourself. God bless you and your company.
Thank you, Master Ching Hai, for the scope of your vision and for your pioneering role in the creation of Supreme Master Television.
Our next questioner is the owner of Paradise Found, LLC, a company that delivers vegan produce to an ever-expanding market in Ohio. Mr. Randall T. Ball has a question he would like to ask Supreme Master Ching Hai.
Welcome,
Hello,
Mr.
Supreme
Ball.
Master. Thank you.
Hello.
I'm honored to come. A lot of people don't know that Cincinnati is known as Porkopolis. We got our start as the pig capital of the Midwest. So my question is really a very important question, I think, one that I've been asking myself for years, and it relates to the political leadership of this country. And to be able to ask you this in Washington, D.C. seems really powerful. So I wanted to preface this by saying, you know, I'm almost half a century old. When I was growing up, America was known as the land of the free and the leader of the free world and a beacon of light and to the world. And now we've become the leading consumer. So my question is, you know, the American people have demonstrated their compassion and their power since the beginning in overcoming many forces of evil. So right now, how do we, as citizens of America, the ones that are literally consuming the planet, how do we encourage and support greater nobility in ourselves, in our fellow American citizens, and in our government leaders? Thank you.
Mr. Ball, good question, sir. Thank you for trusting me with such a great responsibility. I admire the American people very much, sir. You know that. For their faith and open-minded, courageous spirit. And right now, the government leaders need our faith and encouragement more, because we really need their leadership to bring about wide-scale change. We must help provide the government with information about the true cost of the animal diet. Sometimes the governments are busy, putting priority elsewhere, you know, sir? Yes. Not that they don't like the change, but maybe they are not completely informed. So we have to inform them, write to them, talk to them, do whatever it takes to inform them, yes, of the true cost of the animal diet. Not just cost life, it costs billions of US dollars every year just for the meat-related sicknesses. Not to talk about how it kills our planet. You can gather and print it, all this information, and send to your political leaders. If you want, you can go to suprememastertv.com/SOS. We have all the information up to date that we have gathered, and reliable and ready material collected there for you. I myself have also written and sent letters and information to the secular and religious leaders of the world, hoping they have time to read. I don't send a lot of books, just short, condensed information. If you want, you can inquire the condensed one that I sent to the leaders of the world. And if they want to know more, or if you want to know more, or your people want to know more, can always log on to www.suprememastertv.com/SOS. That's it. Or just log on to www.suprememastertv.com and ask for any subject you want. They're all free of charge and ready anytime. And should the leaders take some positive steps, then we should write to thank them also and encourage them, not always criticize and don't thank them when they do the right thing. We should have positive encouragement. You see, we have to encourage them when they do some right things, and so they go further in that direction, or even better, improve. As for the way that meat industry is destroying the environment, our health, and the health and future of our children and the planet, eventually. The numbers, the sheer numbers, should be more than enough to shock any of us into action. Allow me to report to you a few shocking facts from the United States, your country alone. United States alone, yeah? 1, waste of land. Now, in the US, an area more than 9 times the size of California, 9 times California size, is used either for growing farm animal feed or grazing livestock. It's all about animals, nothing about us. That's about 1 billion acres, or 80% of all agricultural land in the US, and about half of all US land being used for meat production. By contrast, less than 3 million acres is used to grow all the vegetables in the country. Imagine that. Number 2, waste of water. Half the water in the US is wasted on production of meat. Just for comparison, 100,000 liters of water are needed to produce 1 kilogram of beef, while less than 1% of this amount, or 900 liters only, is required to harvest a kilogram of wheat. Number 3, waste of food. 90% of all soy, 80% of all corn, and 70% of all grain grown in the United States are fed to fatten livestock. Well, this could feed at least 800 million hungry people, sir. We have hungry people We have children dying every few seconds because we use too much land, too much water, too much food for livestock instead of on humans. Number 4, pollution. Livestock produces 130 times as much waste as the human population in the US. Can you imagine that? A single pig farm with, say, 500,000 pigs generates more waste yearly than the 1.5 million residents of Manhattan in New York City. In Virginia state, even the poultry farms are producing 1.5 times polluting nitrogen more than all the people living in the same area. We are killing us ourselves. All this waste is unregulated and untreated, you know. There's no law to regulate this and treat these things. So the US Environmental Protection Agency estimates that agriculture, which is mostly for meat production, contributes to nearly 3/4 of the country's water pollution problems. 3/4 of your country's pollution comes from livestock. Now in 1995, one time, 1-acre pig manure lagoon burst in North Carolina. For people who don't know what a manure lagoon is, allow me to explain. It is where they have dig a big lake, and then all the manure and the waste, the urine and all that of the pigs will go in there. And it looks like a lagoon, so they call it manure lagoon. One time, an 8-acre large such pig manure lagoon burst in North Carolina and spilling 25 million gallons of this poisonous waste, twice the volume of the notorious Exxon Valdez oil spill. We complain about oil spill, but this is even worse. Hundreds of millions of fish in the state's New River were killed instantly due to the nitrates in the waste, with further harmful effects once the contamination reached the ocean. This is just one of many incidents, sir. Not only that, we have the enormous dead zone in the Gulf of Mexico, the size of New Jersey, which suffocates all marine life there. And this is overwhelmingly due to the nitrogen runoff from the Midwest, from the animal waste and the fertilizers for the animal feed crops. This waste is toxic. It contains antibiotics, hormones, and pesticides, and 10 to 100 times the concentration of deadly pathogens like E. coli and Salmonella compared to human waste. Number 5, health and economic costs. Meat causes hundreds of billions of US dollars in medical costs alone and economic burdens on families and governments, not to mention the pain and suffering of the families. Of course, unimaginably great and lifelong. And all the while, we are suffering illnesses, losing lives, grieving over lost loved ones, and family members, losing happiness, losing money due to the animal diet. We are the ones who are paying the industry to continue producing this problem, producing meat, fish, and the like, with our hard-earned tax money that's used to subsidize them. Ironic, huh? The US government could, of course, redirect the billions of dollars now spent on livestock subsidies to help farmers switch to organic vegetable and fruit agriculture. That would be a great help to your country and the health of the Americans. The government could use these powerful tools to spread campaigns about veg alternatives, bans on meat, and laws to help people switch to organic vegan farming and consumption. A global switch to a veg diet could even save the world governments a lot of money. As much as 80% of all the climate mitigation costs of US 40 trillion by the year 2050. That is, we save US 32 trillion in climate mitigation costs, and having a healthy vegan population is a good deal, good business deal, in all positive aspects. There is a very good reason for the American government to abolish meat, fish, eggs, and dairy, all the animal products altogether. We must stop animal production now, and at all costs, if we want to keep this planet. I repeat, we must stop animal products right now, and at all costs, if we want to keep this planet. I have always looked to the American people and their great government leaders as one of the best living examples of democracy and freedom, integrity of our world. However, I must tell you truthfully that the meat industry is unbefitting to the greatness of your country and of the great American citizens. Don't you agree, sir? Thank you. Yeah, great people deserve great things. Great people lead great lifestyles. So we have to do away with the ungreat things, and we have to begin the great things for the great people, great country like America. I pray, sir, that the ones who are aware and want to save the children will do something about it, and fast, to stop this horrendous criminal system that is killing us and destroying our planet. And that we must not allow any longer. Thank you, and God bless your faith in the divine, in your leaders and yourselves. God bless America.
Thank you, Supreme Master Ching Hai, for sharing your illuminating wisdom with us.
I hope you are not bored yet. Yes or no? No? Yes?
No.
No? Not you say, the audience I'm asking. You ask them if they're bored, and we have to stop.
Are you bored?
No.
Okay, thanks. All right, continue then.
Next, we have Mr. Tom Venom, a clinical body worker and a vegan.
It's so nice to see you, Supreme Master Ching Hai. This is quite an honor. I'm quite intrigued by the idea of this humanity's leap to the golden era, and the idea of a golden era being here on planet Earth. I have a question about it. It seems as time has gone on, we've evolved to a system where we've had to work to provide for our basic survival needs.
Right.
How will this system change as we grow into the new era? Will it be more service-based, where neighbors simply provide for one another out of the kindness of their hearts?
That would be great. That would be great, sir. Yes, that'd be great. That would be our dream world. It might happen still, yes. It's nice to meet you, sir. You are correct. You are correct. There are systems like that that exist without money, based on what I have seen in more highly developed societies in the universe, such as on other planets, yes. You see, our planet is not ready yet for this system. It's not the system, this or that. It's the people, the concept of life, the concept of the society has to change first. The people's concept, yes. Once they make a switch to change into a more sociable, more neighborly, more like global family-like, then that kind of exchanging system will automatically come to realization, yes. I have seen on other planets, only the people who are more evolved, or the concept has evolved in that direction, more like a community, global community direction. more spiritually, then they would use that with exchange system with no money that you mentioned. Yes. These planets, they are inhabited by beings similar to us, né? Yes. But they're more beautiful. I'm sorry. Maybe because they're more relaxed. Yes. And they are vegan, relaxed, happy, and light conscience. Yes. So many of these civilizations are much more advanced than we are, even spiritually, even technologically, mainly because they have developed morally and spiritually to a higher level than ours. As a result, they do everything in a more effective and peaceful way. In our world, we have to earn a living because of the need for physical survival. So we even feel bored at work in many cases. Many people, they work, but they don't love their job. They're not interested. Because they feel forced to do the job just to earn the money. Yeah? Often, because of that, we are forced into some job that we don't even like or not interested in or not even capable to do. So often our precious talents and gifts, natural gifts, time and freedom are all lost in the office or in the factory, or at best put on hold for many, many decades until we're retired. And then we are tired to even realize our dream anymore. Or we are too sick for the whole lifelong of service and being poisoned by being misled into eating meat, cigarette, or whatever. Yes. So when we retire, we're really tired. So all our talents, ability, energy are lost just for maybe a few dollars an hour. And we are the children of God, eh? And we have talents. Many people who have talent, ability, bury their lives into some other mundane, laborious job until they die, unfulfilled. You know that, yes. It's a pity. However, in these more developed places in the universe, everyone is secure and has enough, just like your dream world that you have mentioned. They work, but are able to choose which talents and abilities to share and contribute to the society. Because they do that, so they do their best, because they do what they love to. They have choices, see? Instead of working for money, they produce for the honor and pleasure of contributing. They bring the fruits of their labor or their talents, like their harvest or their services, to a place where they can exchange them with one another for the goods they need. This could be a goal that our world could look forward to. These people in those societies, they can enjoy a lot of time for their leisure and developing their hobbies and their talents, etc., and discover their dormant capabilities as well. So therefore, in such a society, there are many wonderful inventions have been born. And many wonderful things happen because people are relaxed and do what they do best. No one ever worries about lacking physical necessities, so their lives are full of freedom and happiness. Doesn't that sound wonderful, sir? Yes. Sound wonderful to anybody? Yes. At least we can dream on, huh? Dream on. Because American people say, you have got to have a dream. If you don't have a dream, how would you have a dream come true? Right? So right now we dream that our planet first be saved by a vegan diet. And then we can dream of this dream world in which everyone exercise their talents and their love for their work and creativity, instead of working hard, backbroken just for money. Now, wouldn't it be nice to have this kind of free and happy society, eh? Yeah. Well, if I might add, All such societies are also vegan, I told you. Huh? The concept of life is very clear, very selfless, unconditional, very intelligent. I have not seen a single civilization so advanced and happy, joyful. That is not a vegan society. According to precedent, nonviolence is, in fact, vegan, a requirement for advancing to the next levels of civilization. In those societies, they only take what they need, and their needs are so few. Because once we change our concept, we live a freer life. Our soul are less burdened, our hearts are more open, our mind is so happy. We need very little in life to feel contented, because we're not burdened by the guilt of murdering innocent animals. We are not burdened by the obligation to earn a living, to pay tax, to pay electricity, to pay whatever, all the basic necessities that should be free for everyone. No. In those societies, they don't have this burden. So they are free to develop, and they develop so much. And so they're happy. When you're happy, you don't need much. You really don't need much, because you're spiritually also fed, emotionally also satisfied. And as you notice yourself, when we are happy emotionally, physically, mentally, we hardly need anything, yeah? Remember, when you fall in love, you hold hands all day, you don't even want to go to eat anything. Lie in bed all day talking nonsense together, and you're not hungry. You're happy, you feel you don't need anything. You feel you just need that place, that little room, that's enough. Now, the taking of another being's precious life, including the life of an animal, no matter how small, certainly never happens in an intelligent and civilized society, as I have seen it. Members of such a true civilization would never oppress, torture, or murder the weak, defenseless, and innocent animals that have never done anything wrong to them, but on the contrary, treat all life with utmost respect and protection, like they would their own life. Furthermore, they don't take up their planet's resources needlessly to try to breed and raise animals for the pleasure of their fleeting enjoyment of the palate. They are frugal and sensible. Perhaps we can someday join the ranks of the highly developed planets. Maybe we can even learn from them and exchange goods with them. There is much we could look forward to on our own planet and beyond. But first, we have to save it by being vegan. That's the only solution right now. We don't have time for anything else. Thank you, Mr. Goodhart, for being with us. And for doing your part. God bless you.
We are so grateful for your fascinating vision and elevating wisdom, Supreme Master Ching Hai.
Next, we have a question from Mr. Steve Ma, the founder, president, and GEO of the organization Live Green, and he also is a devoted vegan. The letters GEO stand for Green Executive Officer.
Oh, yeah? GEO, not CEO, huh? Wonderful.
Hello, Supreme Master.
Hello, GEO.
First, I want to say one of the things.
Yeah.
One of the things that we do as an organization is encourage people to go to green businesses and support the business owners who are doing it right. So first, I'd like to invite you to come to DC, and we will go out to a nice vegan meal together.
Wow.
At one of the restaurants.
Be my honor, God willing.
One of the things we really like to do is point out people who are doing it right, people who are succeeding and helping us live a more sustainable way. And thankfully, there are many recent examples of people, communities coming together to live a more sustainable way. And for instance, right here in DC, Ms. Michelle Obama has created an organic community garden, a vegetable garden, and school children from nearby schools come by to help maintain that garden. So I want to know from you specific examples of things that we can do together as communities to really bring about a sustainable planet?
Right. Huh. Good question. Good question. Yeah. Bravo to America's First Lady, Michelle Obama. She is my First Lady. Wonderful. That is the true First Lady, huh? She has taken the lead by example. You know, in our old system of kings and queens in China and Vietnam, we call the queen mother of the nation. So Mrs. Michelle Obama is worthy to be called that. She has taken the lead by example. She even said that her family feels more energetic and healthier from eating the organic vegetable, local grown. Imagine if every neighborhood in the United States had an organic veggie garden like that. Now, for sharing fresh, healthy vegetables with everyone. There are reports about organic vegetable farming that it is quite profitable. And the demand for organic vegan foods now is growing faster and faster around the world. So one thing we can do is to encourage more organic vegan farmers markets. Farmers markets are more and more popular in the United States now because it's fresh, it's quality, and it's local. So there is less transportation pollution. But interestingly, studies show that eating locally is not as good as eating vegan. For example, scientists at Carnegie Mellon University calculated that a vegan diet reduces over 7 times the emissions compared to a 100% local meat diet. So, see, eating vegan is better than eat local even, local meat. In Spanish, loco means crazy. We don't eat local meat. Now, in another study, Foodwatch in Germany found that switching from a meat diet to an organic meat diet saved only 8% of emissions. But switching to a non-organic vegan diet, even non-organic vegan diet, reduced 86% of emissions. So we save the planet by being vegan, even non-organic even. So actually, organic is good. Local is wonderful. But the first step is at least being vegan, organic or not. Organic, of course, is the best. Because when we plant all the tillable acres on our planet organically, then the CO2, the carbon dioxide, which exists already in our atmosphere, will be absorbed 40%. And the other 60% we take care by being vegan. Then we are happy. Our planet definitely will survive. Now, the vegan lifestyle is the greenest lifestyle. Right or not? Yes? Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Good children of God. Because even organic meat is actually not eco-friendly at all. It requires even more land and more energy than the non-organic meat in meat farming. Can you believe that? So it doesn't even help to try to raise animals organically. The so-called sustainable free-range organic poultry, for example, needs 20% more energy and has a 20% higher, bigger impact on global warming than non-organic poultry farms. Think about that. So we have been misled all the time. This is a terrible thing about this negative power in this world. It makes us believe things that are not good for us at all. From now on, we have to try to do research and believe only what's good for us. And we have to research until we really find that this news, this information is truly reliable and believable. By example, by proof. Otherwise, just don't listen to anything anybody else says if they don't prove it. Similarly, organic eggs were found to have a 14% higher carbon footprint than non-organic eggs. So there we are. And even though you don't use fertilizers, the benefit could be cancelled out because of the increased land use. Therefore, only the vegan lifestyle is truly sustainable. Now, once we become vegan and urge others to join through grassroots seminars, flyers distribution, letters, email, whatever, we could practice sustainability in other ways. As I have suggested before, we could plant organic vegetables and trees. Better still are those fruit trees and nut trees and those vegetables or legumes like beans and stuff that need little water. That we can do research to know which ones need less water, because right now we are short of water as well. We are short of everything right now. So we should be frugal, not to waste precious energy and water. Use our own shopping bags even. We encourage sustainable energy development, and we can write or talk to the government and the media and the farmers even, because we really do need all the help from the government, from the media to accelerate the trend. Another good way to quicken our movement to a sustainable planet is to generate more positive energy. Do good deeds and be loving and kind. Expand our loving quality. This is what will create a shield, invincible, to protect us and the planet. Finally, we can pray that divine power manifests on earth to awaken leaders, the media, the influential people, and all the world citizens to take the right steps to preserve our planet, and fast before it's too late. Because at this point, we do need heaven's intervention to save our planet. Not to pray to them to protect us, just to pray so that they awaken everybody to the solution of vegan diet, because that is the solution that will save our planet. If we can do these things, starting with being veg, we would realize not just a sustainable planet, but a real paradise of peace in our lifetime. Thank you, and heaven bless you for being a vegan. A handsome vegan.
Thank you, Supreme Master Ching Hai, for sharing your most wonderful and insightful answers to these thought-provoking questions.
Thank you.
Our final question for today comes from Ms. Julie Johnson, a teacher, adult educator, and former coordinator of environment and sustainability programs at an independent boys' school in Canada.
Supreme Master Ching Hai, I'd like to say hello from Canada. My husband and I are visiting from Canada, and I know there are lots of Canadians helping out with the conference today.
Hello.
And we'd like to let you know that you're a climate hero in Canada as well as here in the States. So thank you for that.
Oh, climate hero, I like that. I like that, but I would like to save that title for all the people in the world who are doing more than I do and who are trying more than I do in their own way to save lives. By the way, I also thank them from the bottom of my heart for this opportunity. Thank you, all of you, for being heroes.
Thank you, all of you. Supreme Master, there are so many inspiring teachers in this world from many walks of life. And these educators treat children as whole beings, and in addition to teaching skills and knowledge, they also instill good values in our children. And I'm wondering, how will noble, loving education help to usher in the golden era?
Ah, good, noble education, yes. Hello, Canada. I have been in your beautiful country and met the kind people of Canada. Very safe country. Also because your country is peaceful, you know, make no enemies anywhere. When you don't provoke people then you are at peace. That's a good example. You see, Canada is a good example of as you sow, so shall you reap, eh? Your country only helps people and is being friendly to all nations. Therefore, your country is always at peace and the people are happy, yes. But it's cold, huh? Very cold. Even then, people are happy. They're not going anywhere, they stay there. So now, I like your expression very much. Noble, loving education, yes. And it is true that we are indebted to all the inspiring teachers whom we are honored to learn from throughout our lives. Especially the teachers who impart the moral values, as you mentioned, and a virtuous way of life, who help to nurture the citizens of the world to do good deeds selflessly, who treat others with kindness and fairness, and take care of the weak and the less fortunate. If we had more such teachers, our world could become a heaven. As the famous American historian Henry Adams said, I quote him, "A teacher affects eternity, even eternity." Wow, not just one lifetime, eh? A good teacher. A teacher affects eternity. That's something to think about. The best way, I think, is to start with a spiritual foundation, because spiritual practice includes the basic moral and social standards. I think all the schools on our planet should include spiritual and moral standards in our school curriculum. Because that's what's lacking. Deeper subject, not just saying, okay, I go to the church or I give a little to charity, which don't always even mention in the schools. Now, the basic moral and social standards we must instill in the children at a young age and provide the inner support they can always lean on throughout their lifetime. A study in Canada, your country, showed that children who have spiritual faith are happier. Furthermore, meditation helps children to become calmer and more focused. For example, in the US, some studies were conducted in schools that taught children how to do simple meditation, and they report very good results, such as less anxiety, a better mood, more attention span. Such kids grow up to be the helpers and strong leaders of our societies. Now, another important part of noble education, as you mentioned, is to encourage the children's already God-given love in nature. Actually, all the children, not just the indigo or crystal children, are born very sweet and loving and innocent. And they do have connection with God up to the age of 3 or 4. There was a very touching story, the true story. The mother told the story of her 2 children talking to each other. One child is a girl, she's 4 years old, and the other is 1 year old, laying in the crib still. And the 4-year-old girl asked her younger sibling, "Please, can you tell me what God is like, what God looks like? I began to forget already." That made me cry so much when I first heard about it. "Please tell me what God is like. I began to forget already." The 4-year-old tells the 1-year-old. And now we come back to earth. We have to teach the children to be protective and loving to the innocent lives, like the animals, the helpless, the defenseless, the innocent. The blessing, actually, to our planet are the animals. This gives them a close affinity with animals since a young age. We have to teach them the value of loving kindness to others, especially to the animals. It is up to us to not suppress or deny them their love for the animals. When we feed our children animals' meat, the children, of course, become anxious and restless because it goes against their natural instinct. We put violence into their tender bodies when we should teach them the best example of loving kindness and compassion. It's not just the physical, but subconsciously, in being given meat, they learn something very conflicting with their own care for the animals and love in their own hearts, and clashing with everything else they are taught about being loving, being kind, not harming others, not killing others, if we ourselves don't want to be harmed or to be killed, treated badly in the same way. We teach our children to be kind, to be loving, to be nonviolent, but we feed them the very symbol of unkindness, of violence. That is the piece of animal flesh that we force into their tender bodies, by force sometimes. If you notice, many little babies, when you feed them meat, they often spit it out. And then we take it back, forcing them again and again, until they get used to it and cannot do without. And then they grow up teaching their children the same way. Isn't that a pity? Very sad affair. But it's not really the parents or the teachers' fault. It's not our fault, because we ourselves were taught the same, as I have told you. From generation to generation, one leading the next. Because we have no time to do the research on the reality of the harm of the animal diet and the benefit of the vegan lifestyle. See, now we must take time to do it. This is truly a tragic education that we have been passing on. I have been passing on to us, and we have been passing on to our children. We shut off our sensitivity to the suffering of the animals and let ourselves forget that we are degrading ourselves, our true godlike, compassionate, and innocent selves. We damage our bodies, our intelligence, and we are killing the planet. Now all it takes is a noble teacher, a parent, and one noble role model to nurture in our children what they were born knowing, that we love and care for all living beings as we would ourselves. That's the only philosophy. And that is the only true noble way of living our lives. If we cannot teach that all life has inherent precious value, then we may wonder, what is it worth teaching? Jesus said that above all else, we must love one another as ourselves. The Talmud said, the greatest wisdom is kindness. The Buddha taught us to uphold compassion, and the Quran reminded us to show mercy to all creatures. The Prophet in the Quran stated that Allah will not give mercy to anyone except the ones who give mercy to other creatures. It's very clear. Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, also told his cousin, "Oh Ali, don't eat meat, don't eat that." So, since human history began, we have been reminded by the great and compassionate teachers like Mahavira, Jesus Christ, Moses, Buddha, Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, Guru Nanak, etc., etc., and many other great teachers who have helped to uplift us already, time and again, to a more civilized way of living with one another. And if we study carefully their message and their own practice even, at the basic core of the civilized life they taught is the peace, loving vegan diet. That's the beginning of everything else. That's the beginning of moral building block. And that's the beginning of spiritual upliftment. That's the beginning of a peaceful society. If we can provide this same most basic spiritual and moral foundation for our children, then we are doing our part in noble, loving education that you mentioned. And it is certain that we will usher in a golden era Thank you. And all heavens love you for being vegan. And your husband. Okay. Thank you for being so patient. Everybody is still there. I'm surprised. You have not gone home to sleep or did not doze or anything. My God, what a good people you are. God bless you. Thank you.
And thank you, Supreme Master Ching Hai, for your answer. And we want to say that you are one of the most inspiring teachers in this world.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank God for blessing me with such privilege. I really thank heaven every day that I'm in a position to be able to contribute some humble goodness to the society. And thank you for being good audience. Thank you for your good questions.
That completes our formal question and answer session. Supreme Master Ching Hai, is there anything else you would like to tell us?
Well, if people are not sleeping yet, I just want to say goodbye. A few words of thank and goodbye. You see, I am grateful also for the questioners because their questions are very, very thought-provoking, very enlightened, very concerned, very loving. Their enlightened questions, their sincere attention, support, and love for the planet give me the inspiration to give a good answer. You see, they say good answer is because of good question, no? And most of all, I appreciate all of your willingness to join hands in helping ensure the future for our world. If we act now and together while we still have a chance and we still have some time, we can step into a world of our most splendid dreams and beyond. Thank you for good questions. I would like to thank again all the inspirational speakers, dignitaries, and participating guests for your many and valuable contributions to the world. I also send my appreciation to the organizers for making this conference possible and successful. I can imagine how much hard work, dedication, and loving kindness has been put into this conference in order to make it as beautiful as it is. Yes. And because of that, we have all the beautiful, supportive, lively, good-looking audience. Thank you. And I salute the gracious hosting nation, America. As well as the capital of this great nation, Washington, D.C. As the speakers have said today, in so many ways, we must all rise to what is needed by the planet now and to what we know we can be. The time has come for us to change, evolve, grow, and stand tall as the rightful crown of creation, the benevolent rulers and protectors, and heaven's children on earth. I pray that each of us may walk away from this important event much more encouraged, much more knowledgeable, and readier than before to go forth in the direction of righteousness, justice, and love. Together, let us make the unprecedented leap to the golden era, to the time of compassion, harmony, kindness, and true peace that awaits us. I know that we can do it. Yes, we can, right? Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
I'm positive that we can do it. And I believe the Americans will be standing as one, blazing the trail to our shared wondrous destination. God bless us all. God bless America. God bless our world. Love you. Splendid people, wonderful people. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm also standing for you. Oh, thank you so much. You know I'm standing, but it doesn't look much different. I'm not American, you see. Please visit, teacher.
Which raises the question, what will music be like in the golden era? Our final song is from Noman Jin, singer-songwriter from Mongolia, whose voice is a joy to behold.
Yeah.
For this evening, she will be singing From a Distance. While she performs, we will watch a video that celebrates the dawn of the golden era here on Earth. Please give a warm welcome to Noman Jin.
From a distance, the world is blue and green, and the snow-capped mountains white. From a distance, the ocean meets the stream, and the eagle takes to flight. From a distance, there is harmony, and it echoes through the land. It's the voice of hope, it's the voice of peace, it's the voice of every man. From a distance, we all have enough, and no one is in need. And there are no guns, no bombs, and no disease, and no hungry mouths to feed. From a distance, we are instruments marching in a common band, playing songs of hope, playing songs of peace. They're the songs of every man. God is watching us. God is watching us. God is watching us from a distance. From a distance, you look like my friend, even though we are at war. From a distance, I just cannot comprehend what all this fighting's for. From a distance, there is harmony, and it echoes through the land. And it's the hope of hopes. It's the love of loves. It's the heart of every man. And it's the hope of hopes. It's the love of loves. And it's the song of every man. God is watching us. God is watching us from a distance. God is watching us. God is watching us from a distance.
Bravo, bravo. Beautiful, beautiful. Beautiful lyric as well.
Thank you, Noman Jin, for that stunning performance. And the video was very inspiring. We are looking forward to that happy day.
Supreme Master Ching Hai, we have a special presentation for you from Mr. Lee Kim Truc.
Oh, yeah?
President of the Vietnamese American Media and Artists Association, Orange County, California.
Wow.
One of our association members is here to accept this award on your behalf.
Let me fly over in a minute.
Please give a warm welcome to Mr. Lee Kim Truc.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Oh, thank you.
Inscription reads, on behalf of all the people inhabiting this green world, I would like to thank you, the organizing committee, and the Supreme Master Ching Hai for all your compassionate work. Lee Kim Truc.
Oh, thank you.
Lee Kim Truc is a journalist and president of the Vietnamese American Media and Artists Association, Orange County, California.
Cảm ơn nha.
Good evening, Supreme Master Ching Hai.
Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. I am a Vietnamese. I am a journalist. The Vietnamese community is Orange County, Southern California. I am very happy and honored to be here. And I am thank you very much, Supreme Master Ching Hai.
I thank you. Cảm ơn anh Lý Kim Truc nhiều lắm ha. Chúc gia đình mạnh giỏi ha.
Many thanks for your thoughtfulness, Mr. Lee Kim Truc. Your work as a dedicated journalist is appreciated.
Yes. Gửi lời thăm mọi người ở mọi ký giả ở bên nhà nha. Gửi lời chúc lành ha. I send my love and regards to all the journalists at home there. And my best wishes and regards. And thanks for the award. Thank you. God bless you. Oh, in case you didn't know, he also opened a couple of vegetarian restaurants. Please visit.
Supreme Master Ching Hai, we are very grateful for you sharing your time and your wisdom with us this afternoon. Before leaving us, would you like to share a final message?
Wow. I thought everybody should go and have a vegan gourmet dinner. Are you hungry? Okay. I just want to say thank you again. God bless you all, and God bless great America. Thank you so much Please tell me we can be veg, go green, do good deeds, and save the planet. Say yes. So be it. Bless you. We will save the planet with your help. Good night. I love you all. God bless you. God bless us. God protect the planet. See you sometime. So long and much love. Love from my heart.
We wish you all the very best, Supreme Master.
I wish you all the best also. My love. Bye-bye, love.
We would like to also thank our two talented American Sign Language interpreters, Ms. Bevan McNamara and Ms. Andrea K. Smith. Their diligent work has helped the hearing impaired enjoy this very special conference.
And our special thanks to Supreme Master Television for sharing this conference with viewers around the world. Inspired by Supreme Master Ching Hai, Supreme Master Television broadcasts positive and constructive programs.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our Humanities Leap to the Golden Era, Washington, D.C. Climate Change Conference, wishing all of you ever greater happiness, health, and a long, joyous future. May heaven be with you always. Bye-bye.
Be veg.
Go green.
Save the planet.
All information concerning the scientific evidence of climate change and its solution is in Supreme Master Ching Hai's book, From Crisis to Peace, free for download at crisistopeace.org.
Our programs offer many languages. Please visit suprememastertv.com/schedule and suprememastertv.com/WOW.
Nos programmes offrent plusieurs langues. Veuillez visiter suprememastertv.com/schedule y suprememastertv.com/WOW.
Nuestros programas ofrecen varios idiomas. Visiten suprememastertv.com/schedule y suprememastertv.com/WOW.
Programele noastre oferă multe limbi. Vă puteți uita pe suprememastertv.com/schedule și suprememastertv.com/WOW.
Heaven is watching. Stop warring.